I said, find out more, damn it. They've asked me not to do the weather on the show, but I said, why don't you kiss my left tit?
Yeah.
Because it's going to be in the 60s this week. So I am doing the weather this morning.
Yeah.
Mostly sunny and mild today with a high of 55. Gorgeous day coming up. It's November 13th, for Christ's sake. Mostly sunny and warm with a high of 55. On Tuesday, windy and warmer with a high of 62 tomorrow. Windy, but 62 is fine. Wednesday, partly sunny, a high of 60. Thursday, a high of 62 again. Mostly sunny. Friday says much cooler. Yeah, much cooler. It's going to be 46. That's still pretty good for, that would be what, November 18th?
Yeah.
That works for me. 17th, I guess. But in any case, yeah, so it's sunny and 38 right now, but it's going to be 55 and mostly sunny today. A gorgeous day coming up. And when the weather looks like that, I'm going to do the weather every time. That's all I'm saying. It's just beautiful. As a matter of fact, on the way in, I left the same time I usually do, and I got here 20 minutes later because the sun was up, and I drove around Lake Calhoun and Lake of the Isles. My God, was it gorgeous.
Yeah, that's
The
beautiful.
sun, just beautifully shining sun, and the fall leaves. It just, do people realize how lucky we are to have that spectacular view in the middle of the city?
It's so funny because on Saturday, I drove around Lake of the Isles and was like, God, this is beautiful.
It's stunningly beautiful.
Yeah, especially when you're on the south side of it and you're looking where you have the seascape in the background. Yeah.
Yep. But I tell you, and plus fact, I like driving around a place where I couldn't afford any of the houses.
Yeah.
Oh my. If you, especially the Lake of the Isles portion of it, there are some houses up there where you're probably the cheapest one is about $1.5 million.
Oh, I think you might be a little low with that one. It is all true. But yeah, I just had a great week. I had a great week. It was my birthday on Tuesday and had a wonderful week. Spent a lot of time with the family. Catherine and I, we go into Thursday night and said, what do you got this weekend? And she goes, we got nothing this weekend at all. I said, oh, that'll be great. Just sit around the house. So Fawny decided she's going to stay over on Friday. So we were loaded with Fawny on Friday. And then Saturday, Sage said, well, it's my turn to stay at your house because Fawny did. So I get to stay today. We basically had children and family around the entire weekend. I cannot tell you how happy that made me.
Oh, how special that they want to come stay with you guys.
Oh, when Fawny had to go home last night at like 9 o'clock or 8:30, I guess it was, she did not want to go home. She didn't want it to end. And I didn't either, actually, to tell you the truth. And she came over and gave me a hug, and I kissed her on top of her head, and she was a little weepy because she had to go home. Another thing I thought a lot about, because it was, like I said, it was my birthday Tuesday. And around my birthday, I always kind of think a little deeper than normal. And I have literally decided that I cannot find any happiness in either participating in or talking about politics because it's so insane now. I just don't want to talk about it at all. Look, you believe what you believe. Good for you. I'm happy for you. Right? But you watch the news, they suck. Then you turn to the other channel. No, the other side sucks. Everything sucks. Everything's horrible. As human beings, we hear or read, and nobody reads the newspaper anymore. They just go online to read it. But I suppose it's still reading, so that's good. But there's money to be made in anger and hatred. And what all kicked it off was I have a neighbor that I really like. Well, I have several neighbors I really like, but I really like this guy. I don't want to say his name because, don't want to reveal too much. But he came over and he said, Tom, how do you handle this? And I said, what do you mean? He said, the hatred in the world right now is at an all-time high. And it's not just the United States. It's around the world. And I said, you know what, pal, you're absolutely, I'm done. I can't do it anymore. It takes too much out of me. If you're a lefty or a righty, whatever you are, good for you, as long as you're not harming anybody else by ruining their lives. And that's what those people do with extremists. They literally go out of their way to ruin other people's lives if they disagree with them.
Yeah.
And both sides do it. So I've just had enough of it. I don't want to talk about politics anymore. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I have my beliefs. My beliefs are, why don't we try to be happy? What do you say? Yeah. Why don't we do this? Things are breaking out. Take a drive around Lake Calhoun and Lake of the Isles at 7:20 in the morning when the sun's just come up.
I love it.
I think so.
But I finally got to over the weekend because I thought, because I had a really big voice, had the highest rated morning show in America. And all it did, talking about politics, was cause me misery.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden I was the target and everybody's, and that's not why I changed. This is not about me. It's about the whole world. And I think it was more about having my children over and their children over. and go, I don't want this world for our children and our grandchildren. You know, I think inside your own house, you can have peace, which is what we had. It was just magnificently, it was wonderful. Laughing and joking. There were 3 dogs at sometimes in the house, and they were running around, and they're all happy. About every 5 minutes, they'd ask for a pet. So that was wonderful. But yeah, I think, like I said, you believe what you believe, good for you. Now, I don't know how I'm going to avoid talking about politics when Gelfan's here, because that's all he ever talks about. So I don't know how I'm going to dodge that one.
He likes to talk about his ailments, too.
Well, that's true. We can talk about his disease. That's true. It's a good idea. So, Mike, how's that vision? Oh, my God, it's terrible.
There you go.
Everything's a blob.
Everything is, but I literally have decided that I'm of that age now. Good for you. If that's what you really believe, I don't think I agree with anything you say on the far left or the far right, but if that's what you believe, could you at least stop hurting people just because they disagree with you? Stop hurting people. Cut it out. Let's live our life. Watch the sun come up. Walk around the lake. Take a drive. Enjoy your family. I'm done with it. I literally finally hit the wall last night lying in bed. I said, I'm done with this. Because you're never going to achieve happiness if you follow this whole political thing too closely, right?
Absolutely.
And I will say one final thing, and then I'll be done with it. And then you can do, look, I mean, it's going to come up on the show once in a while just because it comes up, I guess. But I don't want to have anything to do with it. But it's just, I don't know. Is it an identity thing? Do people want to be, far left or far right because it's their identity? And boy, look what I believe in. Is that what that's all about?
Yeah, I think anytime you create groups, people just naturally want to be in one or the other.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you see it in movies. I remember, was it Twilight when it was, are you team Jacob or are you team such and such? Same thing.
Yeah, no.
You put any stupid groups out there, people just want to join. So it's our herd mentality.
Okay, well, good. You just gave me a great idea. We have a new group here. We don't give a shit about politics. And if you want to join, I guarantee you we're not going to make you miserable. So hop on board and tell your friends to do the same thing because we have had enough of it. I think most people, like I said, my neighbor, he had such a sad look in his face. It's like, why can't we all just get along? Rodney King, right? So all of it, I don't care what it is, keep it to yourself. Leave me alone. Right?
Right.
You try, it was all based in trying to help people come to a cleaner and clearer understanding of what's really going on, but they don't want to hear that.
Right. And the holidays are right around the corner. Like,
yeah,
when you
go
argue with your family over some turkey. No,
you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I literally adore my family and my friends. My coworkers kind of suck, but oh, wait a minute. That's right.
Life is never perfect, Tom.
I just looked up. I thought I was still at home.
Oh, this is awkward.
I didn't think you'd hear that.
I had a weekend kind of like yours where I got kind of a little bit back to basics. I hadn't seen my nanny family in a while, and my youngest girl I nannied is 16. So I asked my sister to help and watch Go-Go, and I went and slept over at her house, and we had so much fun.
Greatest.
I know, it was just goofy, and we were singing in the car because, I used to drive them everywhere, and I used to force her to listen to my music, and it kind of just reminded me, I'm like, this is what makes me so happy.
Absolutely, what I went through. Do you think it's the time of the year, Brittany, that you and I both had the same experience?
I don't know. Maybe it is the time of the year where it starts feeling holiday-esque, but a big part of me is sometimes I get so busy I lose myself in other tasks, and that's where I'm like, I gotta start pulling back on stuff because I'm constantly going to the next thing, and I'm like, I don't have much room for like just the people I love and don't get to see on a daily basis. So
no, it's very, very true. So I'm glad we had the same kind of weekend because I am a much happier person today because I just don't want anything to do with it. I'm not telling people out there, you want to do your political thing, good for you. You got, the nut job, other places to call in and talk to about that. But I've had it. You cannot win unless you kiss ass on one party or the other.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, 99.9% of our politicians are the biggest pieces of shit I have ever met in my life.
Yeah.
As long as you're doing something for them, boy, you're a big deal. Oh my God, it's so great to be with you. As long as you're doing something for them, but then once you either won't or can't do anything for them, they want nothing to do with you.
Okay, so
It's all about making money. It's all about making money.
I have a good idea, Tom.
Okay.
We'll do like a calendar of
We got a little Spanish music playing in the background. What the hell was that?
Was that your guys' place?
Yeah, sorry, I clicked on a news story and there was a video that popped up right away. That's on my.
What was it about? What was it about? Mexico?
It's not worth. It's not worth.
Tell us what.
You gotta hear like.
Be honest, AJ. Was it porn? Were you looking at porn?
No. It was a Washington D.C. CVS pharmacy has resorted to having to place pictures of toilet paper on the shelves instead of the actual product because it's been stolen too often.
And now the pictures are being stolen. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Technically still paper.
It technically still paper. It is what we'll do. I'll bring in a whiteboard and AJ can have it in his studio and we'll have how many days since we've talked about politics and we'll see how far we can get it going.
I'm not doing
It'll
it.
be the workplace accident all right, I'll erase and back to zero.
Look, I know that I guess what I'm saying is if politics comes up, you guys can do that and all the rest of it. I have no interest. I'm literally I thought because I had a bigger voice because of the highest rated morning show in America that maybe it was my job to do it. Well, I realized it's not my job. You people want to get nuts, go get nuts. Right. It's your business.
Well, that's what's cool about having your own show is like you can pivot to whatever. Yeah. Like you want to talk about knitting the whole time. Looks like Phil's gonna have to take up stitching.
Oh yeah, I'm really excited to talk about quilting. Yeah, those Vikings Super Bowl quilts we're going to be threading here, huh?
What I love about this show, I have to do this. She knows I have to do this.
I know.
And she segues every day away from it.
Because I was going to say there's enough good things to talk about and start talking about sports. I saw you pick the paper up, and then Brittany just does her own thing. Welcome to the Brittany Show.
Tommy has to read this every day at 8:10, 9:10.
I know.
10:10. So you threw it to Phil a little early.
I didn't mean that Phil. I was talking about a different Phil.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's just it was the Phil who wrote that copy is who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yes.
But we will be talking to Phil in just about 60 seconds because there's a lot to talk to Phil Mackey about today. Brittany is right about that. Ladies and gentlemen, the Eagles are at XL Energy Center on their farewell tour on this Saturday, November 18th, and you can see them with Catherine and me in my suite. It says with Catherine and I. Who wrote this?
Yeah, that's bad grammar.
Is it?
Yeah, it's
Catherine and me, yeah.
Because you're supposed to take out the one part, and if it's with me, then it's Catherine and me, or if it's I.
I thought it was always and I.
Nope.
No, dude.
No.
Jeez.
How old are you? Like 17?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that. Anyway, in the suite, to enter, just go to Tom Barnard. And by the way, it says my suite. It's my suite for like 4 hours. I don't have a suite, but I get to use one. To enter, just go to the Tom Barnard app or the website at tombernardshow.com. Listen for your name to be announced each day at 8:10, 9:10, and 10:10. Email us back by midnight at contest@tombernardshow.com, and you win today's qualifier. Name for the Eagles to see with me in the suite is Mel Dinius of St. Paul. Mel Dinius. Email us by midnight tonight at contest@tombernardshow.com, and you'll be in Mel Dinius, Dinius of St. Paul. Mel Dinius. Call. I'll see you Saturday, hopefully. That'll be great. And now, ladies and gentlemen, back to Phil Mackey, who's already been introduced by Brittany.
Oh, no.
I just saw Don Henley's ex-girlfriend on Friday night. Yeah,
Who's
Stevie
that?
Nicks. Stevie Nicks tore the house down with Billy Joel. U.S. Bank Stadium.
You do know that Stevie Nicks was married to a guy from Minneapolis for a while.
Really?
You didn't know that?
Well, she hasn't been married in like 50 years, right?
I know. I think it was about 50 years. Well, I was working at Capitol Records, so it was probably 45 years ago.
Yeah. Wasn't she married like once or twice and then decided, you know what? I think I'm good. I think I'm good for the next 50 years.
I think maybe some other people decided she's good too. You know what I'm saying?
It was more of a mutual decision. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was a mutual decision. Apparently, well, not that I behaved when I was that age, but she didn't either. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
Good way to put it.
We all make choices. Yeah.
We all make choices. Okay. Because I'm in such a good mood, we should start with the Vikings and then end with the Gophers. Don't you think?
I don't know that we need to talk about the Gophers. Yeah, the Gophers are just kind of okay. Yeah, don't forget about the Timberwolves who just went into San Francisco last. The two hottest teams in their respective sports right now are the Timberwolves and Vikings. The Vikings with their fourth quarterback. It's good to be a Minnesota sports fan this morning, is what I'm saying.
We are on top of the sports world. We are Super Bowl bound. NBA Finals, here we come. Let's go. Anything? Who has it better than us? Nobody.
Personally, I'm looking forward more to the parade for the in-season tournament. I'm going to hang a banner.
It's a championship in Vegas. Yeah.
Yeah, are we going to be the first ever team to win the in-season tournament? Will they name the trophy after?
What are you guys talking about? What's an in-season tournament?
So the NBA, in an effort to, the NBA season starts at the beginning of November every year, but nobody cares. And like Christmas is the day where they roll out their biggest games. So the first 2 months of the NBA season are just anonymous. Nobody cares. They don't even really get much like TV coverage. So they said, you know what? We got nothing to lose in November and December. Let's create an in-season tournament. Let's designate certain games. They're all going to be part of your regular season schedule, but we're going to designate certain games as tournament games. And so the Timberwolves are in San Francisco last night and then tomorrow night to play the Warriors. It's kind of a back-to-back. Last night was just a regular season game, and they beat the brakes off Golden State. And then tomorrow night is an in-season tournament game. And my question is, that franchise has been around since 1989, right? So 3.5 decades. The only 2 banners we have on the Wolves side are for deceased members of the organization. There's a Flip Saunders banner and there's a Malik Sealy banner. So 35 years, we can't get a banner up there. We might have a division championship banner from like 2004. If they win the in-season tournament, we damn well better hang a banner inside Target Center. Okay?
Banner, baby.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes.
Order some championship, in-season tournament championship rings, have a whole ceremony, maybe a parade. Yeah, do it up.
Absolutely.
I think it's wonderful news. Hey, I was a big Boston Celtics fan forever because of Kevin McHale, of course, and then Larry Bird and, Robert Parrish, and keep going on the list. I've never been a Timberwolves fan. I tried, but they suck so badly, I just couldn't get it done. And their center was one of the biggest pricks I've ever met in my life, so that didn't help either. But, what's his name again?
You're talking about Rasho Nesterovic, I think, aren't you?
No.
Michael Olowokandi?
No.
Dean Garrett. You didn't like Dean Garrett, I feel
like. No. Kevin Garnett. There you go. That's
okay.
You ever met him?
Yeah, he's a little cantankerous.
More me now, and I'm a prick to you. Yeah, I don't care for him at all.
Well, I think you would like Anthony Edwards, who's their current superstar.
Mm-hmm. That's what I hear. I hear he's a very, very nice guy.
Super nice guy. He's one of those guys that, some people walk into a room and the energy just drains from a room. He's the opposite. He walks into a room, everyone kind of gravitates. He's funny. He's charismatic. And he's one of the best players in the NBA this season. And then the Vikings, they move on from Kirk Cousins with the Achilles injury, and Joshua Dobbs comes in. The offense doesn't miss a beat. They also have one of the better defenses in the NFL. I don't know what we're watching here, but we've gone from like a month ago, how high of a draft pick can they get, to now it's like, boy, can they like make a run through the playoffs here? It's kind of crazy.
I do have a question for you in this whole deal. Is that kid as good as he looks? Because I've seen him play 2 games and he looks really good.
I would say this. He's one of the smartest players in the NFL. So he processes information very quickly, which is one of the, we talk about quarterbacks, like how big is your arm and how athletic are you and all these things. Well, a big part of the position is, can you just process a ton of information very quickly and make a decision? Right. And he's very good at that. He's also, people make a big deal out of the fact that he's been with like 5 different teams in 2 years. And, there's a reason why he keeps bouncing around. Okay, but if you didn't know that and you just watched him play for a second, he's like 6'3". He's one of the most athletic guys in the NFL. He's got the second most rushing yards of any quarterback behind Lamar Jackson, who's one of the great rushing quarterbacks in NFL history. If you just use your eyes, you'd say, this guy can play. And he's got weapons around him. Justin Jefferson's coming back from an injury. So I don't know, man. I'm on board. I'm on board.
And the whole team, the supporting cast around him is playing just out of their minds good to help him succeed.
I agree.
They're all playing very free. Like none of them look like they're overthinking the game. They're like, hey, we really have nothing to lose. Nobody's expecting anything from us. So we can just go out there, play, see what happens. And we're winning a lot of games. And our schedule's pretty favorable the rest of the way out. I think really the 2 games against Detroit are the only ones that I would say we probably should lose or will be tougher to win.
Yeah, they have a game against Vegas.
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati's a tough one, but they have a game against Vegas in Vegas the same weekend as the NBA in-season tournament wraps up its championship. So we could have the Timberwolves winning the in-season tournament in Vegas on a Saturday night, and the Vikings beating the Raiders on a Sunday. Why don't we? I think we should put together a Tom Barnard show trip to Vegas here.
I've been talking about doing that. The one problem we have now, because the world has changed so much, is the insurance to do any of that is millions of dollars.
Because people do crazy. Yeah.
That's the big problem, is what people will not behave. And if they don't behave, you get sued.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
maybe the five of us can just go on the down low. Maybe.
No, they're the ones they meant that would get sued. There's the four of you. You would misbehave. It'd be horrible. And then, well, I'll give you an example. We went there once with KQRS, went to Vegas, and one was up. There was this beautiful marble staircase that went up to the second floor of a bar at the casino at which we were hanging out. Top of the stairs fell all the way down, those marble stairs, bouncing all the way down. Today, you'd have been sued for hundreds of thousands of dollars for that one. Yikes. So that's why they won't do it.
Yeah, but you didn't push her down the stairs.
Well, how do you know?
So just going out on a limb.
Get out of my way.
It's like the Netflix docuseries Staircase. I don't know if you guys have seen that.
Yep.
Like,
I have
this
not.
guy, like, mysteriously, like, multiple women in his life have fallen down the steps and died while he's been around. Yeah.
Really?
Michael Peterson. Check it out, man. It's a great
typical Scandinavian.
Yeah. Son of. I love how they named their kids, and they're like, what should we call him? Well, he's the son of Peter.
Yes.
Let's call him Peterson. Yes.
Britt Neeson. What do you think of that? Britt Neeson.
Arnie.
Well, you're Arn, the son of Arnie.
Yeah, I don't even know who this Arnie is. Like, I married into this family. At some point, I should meet him. Like,
son of Arnie.
The son of Arnie.
Yes, Arnie has spawned a creation. What should we call it? The son of Arnie.
Son of Arnie. I'm still looking for Frederick. No idea where he's at.
Yeah,
No idea.
We gotta find our people.
The son of Fred. Yes, Frederick's son.
Very good.
I feel like we have to like present a report to them at some point. Like, how am I doing? I don't know. Tell me, Arnie. I'm like,
I could have been Robertson. I could have been Robertson. I didn't even know that. A son of Robert.
Yeah.
But he was kind of a prick, so I'm glad they didn't do it. Anyway, moving forward. One thing I do have to bring up, and then this again has to do with the joyful life I'm trying to live here and being very successful at it because I'm surrounded by great people. I mean, not you guys, but everybody else.
Sure.
I called Louis Nanny the other night, talked to him, and he was so overjoyed. And then I talked to Tino Lettieri, whose son scored a goal for the Wild. And the joy in those two men's voices it made my entire week, not just the day.
And Lou was on the call. Lou was in the broadcast booth with LaPanta for that goal, which is kind of amazing.
I just love that. The happiness and 3 generations of joy there. It was just great to hear.
You know, you walk into a room of like nannies, and is it how do you pronounce it again? Lettieri, right? You just know that you could have no knowledge of them. You'd walk into a room, you'd be like, oh, those are all hockey players, right? There's some scars on faces, some bow-legged walking, and some teeth missing. Yeah.
And what's Tino's real name? His last name is Lettieri, but what's his real name?
Bob.
Martere.
Martere?
Lettieri.
Yep,
exactly. Comes from the heel of the boot in Italy.
Oh.
I love that man. He's one of my best friends in the world. I just adore him. I'm here to tell you. I mean, I like the Wise better. Francine's much better than Louis, and Michelle much better than Dee.
But if you have to tolerate being around Louis, you know,
Louis.
I love Lou too, man. He used to be a regular guest on our old radio show, and
great guy.
I don't know a whole lot about hockey, but everything I have learned comes from Lou Nanny in my life.
I don't know anything about hockey either. I got no idea. Hockey in North Minneapolis? Who the hell played hockey in North Minneapolis?
You can just throw terms around and sound smart. You know, like they need to be better on the forecheck. Better.
There you go.
Get the pucks, lose pucks. Yes.
Pucks in deep.
You did a magnificent job of avoiding talking about that horse shit Gopher team. So we'll just leave it there.
Oh yeah, looks like we're out of time here. Sorry guys. Yeah, it looks like is that my music playing? Oh no, I gotta go.
I just signed for $42 million.
His buyout, I think his buyout goes down from like 10 million to 7 million sometime in early 2024. So
goodbye. Yeah. He's got no chance of sticking around. That guy's terrible. Anyway, let's move forward.
When are the Gophers going to do what Texas A&M did this weekend?
Dude, did you see Jimbo Fisher Jimbo Fisher he went from Florida State to Texas A&M a few years ago, and his agent should be in the Hall of Fame for this contract negotiation. It was an ironclad guaranteed contract. It was like a 10-year contract. $75 million left on it, and it doesn't offset if he gets another job. They're literally paying Jimbo Fisher $75 million to not coach Texas A&M anymore.
Well, did you see what they did during the game?
What?
They got earlier in the week. This was something that it came out was like decided whether he won or lost this past weekend, he was getting the boot, but they needed the money to make it work. They got a donation from like basically like their booster club and like a combo of other people, very rich people, for $175 million. They displayed the check to the fans at halftime.
What?
Money, not with the purpose of, hey, we're using this to buy out the coach, but like, hey, look at this great donation. And then the next morning, get out of here, bucko.
Really?
What's funny is the Gophers, when it comes to like trying to get NIL money together, we can't even get like $100,000 to keep the third best Gopher basketball player on the team. Right. And Texas A&M's like, all right, we got to fire another coach here. Does anyone have $100 million for us? Yeah, overnight. Just a wire transfer. Fire his ass. Oh, man.
Phenomenal. Well, I'm glad we ended on a very positive note of the fact that none of us have ever gotten a check for $100 million.
No, not yet anyways. But Purple Daily is on the rise with this Vikings 5-game winning streak. So
well, I'm glad to hear that. Sounds good to me. All right, Pally, we'll talk to you on Friday.
See you Friday. Yep. You guys are the best.
No, you.
What a callback.
I know, Jesus. He was amped up today.
Yeah, it's hard not to be. It's going to be a lot easier for the Purple Daily slate, just the Score North slate, where I
suppose, yeah.
I hear they're going to tear into the Wild, which deservedly so.
They should.
They're still losing.
Oh, they got 8 pumped on them last night, and now they have to fly to Sweden and letting that marinate. Just awful. Coaches on the hot seat, and then the Wolves are, Wolves and Vikings are like the two teams that are propelling positivity. That was a lot of P's.
What about your Twins going to second round of the playoffs?
Yeah, but it's the offseason. Nobody cares anymore.
Oh, for Christ, get out. I'm a huge Twins fan. Get the hell out of my building.
Pitchers and catchers report in 67 days.
Yeah, baby. Now we're talking. No, I'm a big Viking fan. I used to be a big NBA fan, but it's just, maybe I should start watching the, what's their name again? The Timberwolves?
Yep. Yeah.
Should I start watching them again? Am I going to be deeply disappointed?
Most likely.
Until further notice, no. But right now, right now you'll be
right now things are great.
Yeah,
I love that.
To be determined on the rest of the season.
Until further notice, then you can start watching. Maybe we might let you. Yeah. Speaking of superstars, Chris Egert or Egret, what's his name? Legert, something like that. Had some Chris something. Will be with us right after this. You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for the investment advice you need. You need a guy to help you be successful. Someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you. His name is Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you get a different point of view for your investments. I got to tell you, I've known Josh now for a few months, I guess it's been. He and I have become really, really good friends. I like that when I meet, people. I never met Josh before he advertised in this show.
Really?
Yeah, met him now. He and I become really good friends. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That's 952-925-5608. You'll be glad you did. Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's. Do not constitute investment advice. I'm Tom Barnard, and I'm a paid endorser.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
The Tom Barnard Show is proud to have partners like North American Banking Company, Bradshaw & Bryant, and attorney and advertiser Dave Bielke.
I've been advertising on Tom Barnard shows for years. I like Tom, not just because he's a good guy, but because the ads I run on his show bring me new clients that are hurt at work and need legal help. Tommy B works for me.
If you'd like to find out more about growing your business with the Tom Barnard Show, go to tombarnardshow.com, keyword partner.
Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing. Did that sound convincing in my voice when I said, I'm a 54-year-old woman? What do you think?
I mean, you sound the part. You sound the part.
Okay, good. I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, and brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and, of course, several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling, only to gain it right back. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods like, foods I like. Let me assure you that the short 60 days is totally worth it. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. Well, great job, Elizabeth. I'm so happy to hear about your success. Are you ready to lose weight and feel better? Go to mnfatloss.com and schedule a free phone consultation. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. You don't have to take time off work or get a babysitter for the kids. It's as easy as getting it on a quick call with the expert staff. They do a good job, do a great job, actually. You can share your goals, learn about the program, and see if it's a good fit to help you lose weight and feel better. They also have virtual options, which is a brilliant idea to help you if you live far away. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the very professorial-looking Chris Eggert. You got your glasses on. You look snazzy.
Always giving a professor vibe, Tom.
You really are. There's no question about it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to ask you a question because it's kind of weird, and I know streaming is different than broadcast television. I understand that, but I have the KSTP Channel 5 app on my television. So when I watch you guys, I just hit the app and I watch you guys and blah blah blah. Works out really well. But the national shows, and I don't know why they did this on Hulu, but you have a really hard time finding apps once in a while. Like this morning, again, and I'm not going to do it anymore because I've already announced the fact that I'm not going to talk about politics anymore because I'm sick to death of it, and I just don't want to do it anymore. I don't have any interest.
That's fair.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
I think some of the apps that also is your TV a Roku TV?
Yes.
Yeah, I think some of the apps that Roku basically pulls off of free apps to be able to restream broadcast, and some of that might be a paywall issue where they're not putting their content up for free anymore, and if they don't, then Roku can't take it. And I know there's some big redistribution fights going on right now too, like who can take what and put it on what platform. It's very confusing. I don't know the last time any of you tried to watch a show or something, but you're like, wait, what platform is that on? I don't know if I have that. I don't know if I don't have it. It's very confusing.
It is indeed. But what did I just tell you, Tevin? Before this started, I said, I need somebody brilliant to answer my question. Mm-hmm. I think I'll turn to Chris.
Yeah. No pressure, though.
That's a lot of pressure.
Being brilliant.
I mean, it's tough, let me tell you.
Ladies and gentlemen, news brought to you by Mr. Money Talk, Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 48-minute financial evaluation. Chris Egger, Channel 5. I heard this morning, almost broke my heart. Hannah gets a day off. A day off from what? She didn't even work.
She's sneaky about it, too. She doesn't tell us. She just ghosts us.
Just doesn't show up.
Nope, I mean, I'm sure somebody knew, but we didn't know.
I hate that. I get up in the morning, I want to see Hannah doing the whole setup, and she's not there.
I feel the same way when Brittany's not here. It's like just something's different.
It's a lot missing.
I feel like Hannah probably told all the right people. Chris didn't open his email. I feel like she is on the ball about it.
No, I'm sure she is. It's just, yeah.
And she gets to spend time with little Brady.
You got to cherish them while they're little like that. You know this, Brittany. How old's Go-Go?
She's a year and a half.
Year and a half.
Yeah.
Magnificent. We just had, Chris, we were just talking about the fact that Catherine and I had nothing to do on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We just kept the weekend completely open. It was the weekend after my birthday. So we had the birthday thing Tuesday and said, we'll just take it easy on the weekend.
Yep.
We had 3 generations on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It was
fun.
Phenomenal. It was wonderful.
Oh, good. That's awesome.
Talked to neighbors, had the friends. It was just a magnificent weekend. Very happy about that.
It's nice to not have a super overscheduled weekend. It doesn't happen very often, but when you do, like, it's so nice that you can leave yourself open for things that you weren't expecting or whatever. So
it was so funny because last night, I think it was probably about 8:00, I'm thinking, because I think she has to hit the sack by about 9 because Fawny was still at our house. Actually, Brittany, you'll love this one because you and old Sagey get along really well. He's all excited. His dad came to pick him up because Dan was at the Viking game. And then he came to pick him up. And as he's leaving, Catherine says, Sage, where are you going? We're going to Lion's Tap.
Oh, sweet.
See,
that is exciting.
Yeah, that's why him and I see eye to eye. That's excited. I was excited I get when we do Lion's Tap. Like, oh.
He was all wound up. They are great hamburgers, man.
Yeah.
And
they are great.
The best part is when I order, I just ask my house and the next door neighbors, do you want Lion's Tap? And everybody gets cheeseburger and fries. There's no anything else. That's all you get. Live your life. And I don't have to be like, okay, can you also add? Nope. Cheeseburger, fries, done.
So there you go. So Sagey's all jacked up about Lion's Tap. And then Fawny found out she had to go home and she almost started crying.
Oh,
She was very sad she had to go home. It was great. It was a magnificent weekend.
I'm glad you guys got to spend some time together.
Yep. I was going to invite Hannah over too, but she was out of town, I guess. I don't know what.
I don't know. Whatever she's doing with her friends.
Her buddies.
Yeah, they're friends hanging out at 5 a.m.
You want to hang out with her 50-year-old married friend with 2 kids.
Hey, not 50 yet there, guy.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Wait a minute.Ho are we talking about?
Chris. Right?
Well, yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking about Hannah. She doesn't look 50.
No, Hannah's like 27 or something, which.
But Chris, on the other hand,
Oh, I love Hannah. I really do. Hannah's one. You have never met her in person, I don't think. Maybe I have, but I don't think I have.
You should come over to the Hubbard cafeteria over here for breakfast, and you can have some biscuits and gravy with Hannah.
Every time.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Oh, the food there is amazing. But every time.
Oh, go ahead, Brittany.
Oh, no. I was going to say every time I walk by that studio, like at night, a part of me wants to write you like a spooky note. But then I realize there's a lot of people that probably use that studio, and I don't want them to read like so
this studio. Yeah, you know what? I'm getting really pissed off about this studio because every time I come in here, somebody disrupts the setup.
Yeah.
And today a light fell over, and there's
God.
There's 7 trees set up behind me. I don't know what they're doing.
I have to ask Brittany a question. What are you wearing a hand puppet? What the hell is that on your left hand?
Oh, it's just
Oh, you had your sleeve pulled up.
During the pandemic, I did what everybody did, and I tie-dyed things.
But why is your left hand? What is that?
It's tie-dye. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
That's weird.
Tie-dye. Yeah, I have matching pants too, so
You're weird.
You're in a tie-dye like from head to toe?
Well, no, not right now. I'm in shorts. But I do have a full tie-dye outfit that I committed to the same colors to. We were really bored in the cul-de-sac.
Do you ever wear that all at the same, like, do you ever like?
Not.
I do.
That's like the full suit of denim. What do they call that? A
Canadian tuxedo.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Bench outfit.
We looked like for like a week or two, since we were like very into tie-dyeing, our cul-de-sac looked like a hippie commune because we'd just be walking around in tie-dye.
You guys are all high with your Lion's Tap cheeseburgers and
Oh, the greatest.
It was bleak.
Honest to God, he was so excited about going to Lion's Tap. He almost stopped breathing, for Christ's sake.
Listen, Lion's Tap's freaking awesome. I get it.
So good and so simple, but why is it so good?
Always has been too.
Yeah.
Going back many, many years. But so the big news stories. Now, again, Chris, I love tuning you guys in the morning. And that's where I found out that Hannah's on vacation from what? She never does anything.
You've clearly never had to sit in a chair next to Chris and work every day.
It's tough to do.
You know what, Tevin? I don't like that you're coming at me like that, but it's true. And it's funny. So,
well,
yeah.
Good.
No, we found out this morning a bad deal that there's I don't know if you heard about, there's a crash of some soldiers over the weekend in the Mediterranean, and we found out this morning, confirmed it from the Department of Defense. It was a Mankato, young Mankato man who was one of the soldiers who was in that helicopter crash. Indeed. So yeah, 2018, God, so young, 2018 graduate from Mankato East, but we don't know much more about that, but we did just find that out this morning. So that was probably our big story today. So
that was tough when you guys put that up because he's wearing his helmet and the whole deal. And
I know he's so young.
Yeah.
So, and you forget, and Brittany, I know you know this because we're in the military, and I just think they're so young, the people who were fighting and who are over there and have just not had a chance to hardly live any life at all. And it's very sad.
I know. I was 25 when I was attached to an infantry, and I was the old one. Like they kept calling me. Yeah, they kept calling me old lady because all these infantry guys were that were in my squad were like, we celebrated one kid's 20th birthday over there. Wow. How wild is that? And then they do this thing where they like hit their butts 20 times and they're like, Hagen, come here. I go, no, I am not hitting a 20-year-old's butt. Like,
you don't need to be part of some kind of hazing incident either, Brittany. Next thing you know, those pictures are floating around on the internet.
Yep.
Yeah.
She tried to do the same thing to Tom on his birthday, but we were like, you know what? That's just too many slaps.
After about 30, we were like, we got to put a stop to this.
I was like, assume the position.
Wrap it up. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. I was going to talk to Brittany about this on the show later. We just mentioned it briefly as kind of a promo. She was wondering how much longer this show is going to go on. Mm-hmm. I do think maybe I'm going to try to break Sid's record and be on this show until I'm 101. What do you think?
All right. Game on.
You think you guys will still be here?
I
might die
as long
before
as
that.
Like here is in on this earth or here in this building.
I'm doing this show as long as I live. I love doing this show. I'm going to be very honest. I really do love doing this show. I mean, not you guys, but the show.
Fair
enough.
I LOL so hard on this show. Like, it's really unprofessional. So
it's unprofessional to like it so much.
Yeah, I have a grand old
time.
It's like
you should be paying them, Brittany.
Shut up. I'm coming for you.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry. Hey, fun and flirty.
Fun and flirty. Those are the words that I would use to describe you, Brittany.
Very
fun
upset
and flirty.
with you now. Way to go, Buster.
It's funny. Well, I had one more story for you, Tom. You're apparently under pressure from people who are buying cars. Some of the big fancy automakers who make the electric cars are making their technology on their cars less complicated because apparently people don't like everything to be a screen or an electronic. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like a Tesla, like everything. So they're scaling back these electric vehicles and putting like old school like buttons on them, like defrost or hazard or
really?
I think that's so funny. Like, aren't you? Because Tom, you drive one of these cars, right? Like,
well, yeah, a friend of mine got a job at a car dealership, so I went over to support him and bought a car for $60,000, and then he got fired about 3 hours later.
I did see that, but
yeah, that was a thrill.
Does that thing completely like electronic on the inside? Or are there any like
it is huge screens?
How do you like that?
I don't care about that stuff at all. You know, I've decided all of these major issues that other people have, I just don't have any problem with any of it. It's like, good for you.
Well, I should clarify, this was definitely not a major issue, but it was an item we had in the news today. Listen, we're on for 4.5 hours every day. Not everything that's on in that 4.5 hours is a major issue.
Oh, go ahead, Brittany.
Chris, like when you were talking about there's too many buttons. When you're trying to defrost your car, I do miss the day and age where it was like a button, not like, well, what percentage wind do you want putting it out in your car? Like, that's too many options, okay? Like,
I don't know what kind of good life you're living over there in Eden Prairie, Brittany, but for most of us who have older cars, that's still the way it is.
Is it just like one and done? Because it's like, we have one car that's like, how much wind do you want on you? How much of the heat do you? It's like, no, I just miss my Nissan Juke that was like, you bring that little bracket all the way to the side. Done.
Right. That's it.
And it's not even just the electric cars, even non-electric cars the technology is advancing so much. Like when I worked at a Toyota dealership, you'd get people that were a little bit older buying a new car. And I remember sitting in there and be like, well, you mean I have to connect my Bluetooth? How do I do, like, you have to walk them through every little thing, and now it's all app controlled. And so the days of just come in, press 1, 2, or 3 for your pre-programmed radio stations, those are long gone.
My dad recently just got a new car, and he's like, he said the sales guy was just so jacked to be like, yeah, and there's still a CD player in here. You're gonna love it. My dad's like, I can connect my phone, man. I'm not that old yet. Come on.
or every once in a while we would get the old ladies that would be like, does it have AM radio? I'm like, absolutely not. This doesn't have AM radio.
My car doesn't.
No,
that's a new thing. They stopped. A lot of the cars stopped. They took AM out, which sign of the times, I guess.
No, I suppose that's true. Look, I like my electric car, my Mustang. I really like it a lot. Don't get me wrong. But I'm finding more and more people just do not ever want to drive an electric car. They want nothing to do with it.
I think it's polarizing.
Yeah, it is.
Like, because I'm the opposite. Like, I would never go back to a normal combustion engine.
Really?
I really like mine. Yeah, it's very fast. That's why I do like it.
Yep. Oh, yeah. I wreak havoc on the street.
Havoc on the street. I don't know. Do you have one car was your all-time favorite? Ooh, nobody does.
Well, I was going to wait for Chris. One of my, the first car I bought on my own, I'd worked down in an oil refinery building scaffolding in Louisiana for all summer to save up to buy this. It was a I don't even remember what year was it? It was like a 2018, I think. BMW 3 Series. It was like metallic blue on the outside. It had these cool little silver and black rims on it. The inside was a tan leather. Oh my gosh. You couldn't tell me nothing while driving that car. I thought I was the man.
That's sweet. You were the man.
I hit a deer coming back from my grandma's house and on Thanksgiving and just completely wrecked it. And now it's unfortunately a thing of the past.
That's too
bad. That's unfortunate. All right, you got to go because all you ever do is work.
Yeah, that's right. I'm slaving over a hot news desk over here. I got to get back over there and stir the stories.
Stir the
story. And by the way, we got several in 30 seconds. We got several complaints. Don't minimize people by saying you're slaving over anything. They're very upset.
Oh yeah, I'm triggered.
You're triggered. That's right.
I forgot. I'm supposed to mention that.
You got to be triggered.
Run, Chris. Just
run. That's my mistake. Sorry, I'm not good at these new things. I gotta work on that.
Go stir.
Go get your spoon and stir some stories.
I like it.
All right, I'll heap you guys up. I'll heap you a plate and I'll give you a nice serving of it tomorrow morning.
What in the hell are you trying to say? That didn't come out well at all.
For your show, the news station's benefit, I hope Hannah's only taking one day off.
Yeah, We can agree with that, Tevin.
We miss Hannah. Thanks, pal.
Bye, guys.
News brought to you by Mr. Money Talk, Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 48-minute financial evaluation. Chris Eggert, is there anybody better?
No.
Probably, but we can't afford them. So
well, that's exactly right. He's cheap. That's why we like him, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a break. Be right back in a couple minutes. Sandy will be our special guest. Bob Sansevere up next. K&L Surplus and Ammo is your one-stop shop for all firearms-related products and is a preferred choice among trap enthusiasts and waterfowl hunters for over 25 years. K&L is an authorized SKB shotgun dealer with a huge selection of youth models. It has a huge selection of trap loads. Fall hunting is here. Head to K&L Surplus and stock up on waterfowl loads. K&L now has a lot of the calibers that have been hard to find in stock. K&L Surplus and Ammo is veteran-owned and offers first responder and veteran discounts. Check this out. Mention this show and receive a 10% off anything in the store. Anything in the store. K&L is also committed to safety and a licensed FFL retailer. Find out for yourself why K&L Surplus and Ammo has been the choice of gun owners for over 25 years. Go to www.klgunstore.com.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years. But I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
You all have helped support MyPillow and their employees in these tough economic times. Mike Lindell knows this and continues to give back to listeners with deals on his most popular products. You've heard me recently speak about the My Slippers, the Giza Sheets, MyPillow 2.0, and more. Great news, the MyPillow 6-pack bath towel sets are back in stock. The proprietary technology makes them extremely absorbent, yet still provides that soft feel that you look for in a towel. Set comes with 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. Regular price is $79.98, and for a limited time, you can get this 6-pack towel set for only $39.99 with promo code TOM. That's a 50% savings. So go to MyPillow.com, use promo code TOM, and save 50% on the MyPillow 6-pack towel sets. That is just $39.99 for a set. This deal will not last long. Enter promo code TOM for this special and many more. We are back, ladies. You got to mention, by the way, that I think Wednesday, I'm not sure. I think we're going to get it in this week. I'm hoping anyway. That Donnie, my buddy Dawn from MyPillow, is going to do the family podcast with us. I think it's on Wednesday. You guys know her, don't you? You know Dawn, don't you?
I don't think I've ever met her.
No, I haven't met her either.
She's a great person. I shouldn't say that because she's listened. So, Dawn, I didn't mean that. You're not a great person. You're horrendous and horrible. That's not true. She's a wonderful person. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Sansevere brought to you by Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury lawyer seeking justice for the injured. Contact Bradshaw & Bryant at minnesotapersonalinjury.com. Sandy, you got a lot of great stuff to talk about, Pally.
Well, there's plenty there with your Vikings. How about those Gophers, eh?
I knew he'd do it. Bob, that's why I love you, because you stick it right in my back.
Well, you know what, Tom? I think if they would have only given PJ Fleck, the NIL money that his program deserves, they'd be undefeated battling the Michigans and the Ohio States and the Georgias for first overall. They need NIL money, and they'd be the best team in the history of best teams.
Bob, may I ask you a question? How did they ever think this guy was a good coach?
You know what? Okay, he had Western Michigan. He had they were one loss, but stop giving them contracts. A year ago, they extended them again. They extend them like every year.
I know.
And this Mark Coyle will probably extend them again.
He needs to go too, by the way. You ever met him?
No, because I had been winding down as a columnist, so thankfully I never had to get involved. But I know from afar he's not a good athletic director, and the only evidence I need of that is how he treated Lindsey Whalen so shabbily.
I know, he's terrible. Well, have you ever met him?
No, I told you I've never met him.
My buddy Andy Fisher would have said, got the personality of a pile of turds. So I'm trying to picture personality and a pile of poop.
Now, would that be an old pile or a steaming pile?
Yeah,
I don't know.
There's a big difference.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but they're not. I'm a huge Gopher fan. That's the problem. Used to be a huge basketball fan back in the Clem days and Jim Dutcher and those people. Football team that was his name, Jerry Klein, or what was his name?
Yeah,
Clem.
Jerry
Kill.
There you go. Jerry Kill. He was another barn burner, huh?
Well,
he
did have some health issues.
Yeah, and he was actually.
Did he? I thought.
Yeah, and I thought, wasn't he actually a relatively good coach?
He was. He was a decent coach.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Where's he now? Like Toledo, Ohio, or where is he?
What school is he at? I'm trying to. I could find that out. AJ
Toledo. He's somewhere because he was just here earlier this season, or was it last year that he coached against?
I think it was this year.
This year,
yeah. So
I don't know where he went, but in any case, let's move on from the Gophers because now you're just going to piss me off. But I did find out from Phil Mackey that they have a $7 million buyout. Give them the $7 million, get rid of them.
Well, actually, it's $10 million until December, so it's less than a month. They're not going to fire him before that.
No, they're not. They do have to get rid of both those guys.
New Mexico State is where he is.
Oh, is that where he is?
Jerry
Okay.
Kill, yep.
And at least it's not the Jimbo Fisher buyout. They fired this guy at Texas A&M $76 million. What are you, out of your mind, giving this guy a deal like that?
AJ was very happy about that this morning already.
Well, no, Bob, did you see like what they did during the game?
You talking about the Gophers or A&M?
A&M. So they apparently had this decision made earlier in the week. They knew no matter if they won or lost, he's getting canned. But they needed the $76 million to buy him out because of his guaranteed contract stuff.
Pass around a hat?
No, the Booster Club donated very inauspiciously $175 million to the school, to the program. They displayed the check and did a whole ceremony for the donation with the money they were going to fire the coach with.
Well, the rest of it will go to hiring the next guy and overpaying him.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Let's get word down there that PJ Fleck's available.
Yes, go. You should hire him. Absolutely, get him.
Yeah, that's really what they want to have happen is him get hired to somewhere else, so that way they pay the buyout and it doesn't come out of the schools.
Love it.
Pocket.
Yeah. So, but
I love it.
Now I know you talked a lot about the Vikings already, and Kevin O'Connell. First time I think he's done this. He reminded me of Jerry Burns. Killer instinct. You had the team down 27-3. Will you freaking crush them? Put your foot on their neck and just cut off all the wind they have coming to them.
I agree.
I mean, that first half was one of the best first halves you could have watched. And Joshua Dobbs is still the best. It's not Dobbs's. I don't blame him at all for the second half. I blame O'Connell because he he basically pulled back.
Yeah.
And trying to protect the lead. And then what the thing about Jameis Winston, you knew he was going to blow it and throw interceptions. Keep in mind, 2019, 5,100 yards plus, 33 touchdowns, 30 interceptions. Whoa. You knew he was going to fling interceptions.
Whoa.
So that's what wound up happening. And O'Connell is still, he's kind of learning as he goes too. And a lot of people want to give him what a great coach. He's still learning how to deal with like a win like this when you're up 27-3. Just keep doing what you did in the first half.
Yeah.
Hockenson could have had 20 catches. I know he's he's banged up, but he was banged up when he made the 10 catches. Keep going to him.
Yeah. And especially because we can't run the ball. at all. So
if you make Ty Chandler your featured back.
Yeah, that's a whole nother issue. Alexander Madison probably should not be on the field anymore. But we can't really run the ball, so our only option is to just keep going for the jugular and just try to run the score up, because Josh Dobbs is not making mistakes. So rather than forcing balls into places they shouldn't, he'll run. So he's not throwing not throwing any interceptions. So unless we can run the ball, just keep running up the score.
You know what I really love about Dobbs' game? He's not the pinpoint accuracy passer that Cousins is, but he can throw on the run, and he's pretty good when he throws on the run. It's almost better on the run than he is when he's sitting back there, which he rarely does, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah, the first sign of any pressure, he's out scrambling and making plays with his legs, which is great to see.
And I will say this, the story of yesterday's game would have been Ty Chandler if they didn't call back his touchdown run, which I didn't really see a hold on Brian O'Neill.
I agree.
That was a bad call. They had a lot of bad calls in that game. Poor Daniil Hunter, and that's what led to them out. When you take that out, let's say you leave the touchdown alone, and you don't throw the flag on Daniil Hunter, who has the helmet ripped off his head, the game is a blowout. But
I agree with you, though, Bob. Seriously, you don't take your foot off the gas. Let's go.
Yeah. Look, if you watch the Dallas game later, he did replace Dak Prescott, who had a great game, but they were still throwing the ball right to the end because they wanted to do that. They wanted to make a statement. This Vikings team needs to make a statement. And what better statement would it have been if you put 40 points on the Saints and let people know we don't have our top receiver, Justin Jefferson. We don't have our quarterback. We don't have, KJ Osborne. And that really is you're letting the NFL know you're got 5 wins in a row now. And you really can get on a decent roll, because if this is an aberration for him, if it's even if it's just the one half season deal he's going to do, Joshua Dobbs is the best thing to happen to this team, because there's excitement. I told you the other day, it's the first time I can remember looking forward to watching a Vikings game because I wanted to see what he could do. And now I will say he's the most exciting quarterback, and it's a small sample size. But waiting for him to play, to me, because I'm looking forward to what happens in the next game, the last quarterback who had that kind of excitement was Brett Favre that year he took him to the championship game.
2010. Yep, I was just going to say that. This is the last time I felt this way, was that season where we're going into it expecting to win. It almost feels like team of destiny type of thing, where we have a chance to make a run and do something special.
And you didn't feel that way with Cousins, even last year, did you?
Oh, no, not at all, because you knew kind of the other shoe was always potentially going to drop, where he's not going to take the risks down the field. He's not going to be able to scramble if the first option isn't there. So, yeah, Josh Dobbs, he adds that electricity to it, and it is exciting. It's infectious for the whole team.
Kevin, you're you're all Vikings fans, except for maybe Brittany. Brittany, you're a Vikings fan. Of course.
Yeah, of course.
I thought you were a Chiefs fan.
What happened to that?
Well, I mean, sometimes depends on what's going on.
Oh, God.
All right. When he comes back, and he will be back, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, you have 2 number 1s receivers. And Hawkins. There is not a better tandem of receivers and tight end in the entire NFL.
I agree.
No. I mean, what probably comes closest, because Miami's got no tight end. What comes closest is probably Philadelphia.
Yeah,
but
Philadelphia.
No one else comes close to this, because Dallas Goedert's a pretty good tight end. But Hawkinson, I would say, is better. A.J. Brown is really good. And Devontae Smith is really good, the receiver. But I think these guys could match up with anyone you put out. You say this is a great, because they're missing one, either the second receiver or the tight end. Every other team.
Yeah, no, our skill position players I would put them up there against anybody's in the league.
Well, not until you get to the backfield.
Well, you can leave that out. And Ty Chandler, he's good in spurts. So.
He needs to run the ball.
Yeah.
I think Chandler, and again, if Kevin O'Connell, this is his opportunity to make Chandler the featured back, because a concussion, usually concussion protocol lasts more than a week. Most guys don't come back the very next week.
Yeah, well, and especially for a running back, I mean, you're getting hit in the helmet every time you touch the ball for the most part.
Yes, the bell's getting rung.
Yep.
So I think this is it's become suddenly, for me anyway, a fun team to watch. And the defense, I'm sure you guys, none of you were at the game. You all watched on TV, right?
Mm-hmm.
That stat, I love the stat. Brian Flores, he is blitzing on more than half the defensive plays, more than 10% more than any other team. And he's not getting burned by it very much because he's got the guys. This DJ Wanham is a hell of a player. And obviously we know how good Daniil Hunter is. So it's a lot of fun to watch him on defense now too.
Yeah, well, in the offseason, all the talk was, do we even have corners that are capable of covering anybody? Yeah, we got Brian Murphy in free agency from the Cardinals, who's been playing lights out. But Brian Flores is just like, you know what? They don't even have to cover for about 2 seconds because we're going to blitz the house every time and make our corner's job a lot easier.
The most dangerous quarterback for them to play is a quarterback like Joshua Dobbs who can run. If he escapes and doesn't get sacked, he can get yardage running or throw on the run to get away from guys. But they really haven't faced too many of those other than Hurts, right?
Yeah, and I don't think there's really any left on the schedule that present a huge problem with their legs.
There is not that I could recall. I mean, Joe Burrow certainly isn't. And, you're not going to see it from Goff. Jared Goff isn't.
Jordan Love's not going to run around like crazy on us. Yeah,
Justin Fields if he comes back healthy at some point, but at that point,
but it's the Bears. They're such a sad franchise. They're just waiting for the
season. Yeah, but he can't throw, so it doesn't matter. He'll run, but he's not going to throw on you. You don't have to blitz him, so let him run. Then you could have guys back together. But anyway, suddenly it's a fun to me, and I haven't said it again since that season with Favre. It's a fun team to watch, and I really haven't felt that way since then.
And it's not just relegated for fun to the Vikings. The Timberwolves, Bob.
Your Timberwolves,
they're on fire. In-season tournament win, beating the highly touted Golden State Warriors.
AJ's pumping his arms. He's abandoned the Wild. No more state of hockey for him. State of basketball.
I can't support 2 in-state teams at the same time. What is this?
Well, you can support one that's decent.
That
be a bandwagon guy. You'd be so much happier if you just hop on and off the bandwagon.
No, you get that. It doesn't, because then it doesn't mean anything if they eventually do win something.
Correct. You gotta be there for the roller coaster.
I have a couple friends that I know, like he is the but like when Baker got drafted by the Browns, like, oh, I'm a Browns fan now. And then I'm just bouncing teams left and right. It's if they ever do win, you're not going to enjoy it. You're going to be like, okay, sweet, TV off, time to go to bed. Nothing's not.
You want to know what? Ask somebody who became a Patriots fan if they said, it doesn't feel good after you win 6 Super Bowls. It feels great.
Yeah, I forgot I was a Chiefs fan until this conversation today, and now I have to go check how they're doing. And it is fun when my Chiefs win.
They had a bye.
Yep.
No. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you, AJ. The emotional roller coaster of supporting one team, like with all of your heart, it's what makes sports. Like if you look at my group chat text through a Vikings game, all it is I hate this team. I hope I'm never watching them again. And then the next play, oh my gosh, I love this team. We're going to the Super Bowl.
You know what? This is the problem with Viking fans, what they're exhibiting, because they accept mediocrity and bad play every year. And that's why, because the fans don't get an uproar about how horse shit this team has been since its inception when it comes to championships. Don't accept it. Why don't you both start growing a beard until they win a Super Bowl?
Because then I'll be growing a beard out for the rest of my life.
You'll die with it. You'll trip on it and hit your head and die.
The thing is, though, Bob, is that I was raised as a Cubs fan, so I know what 2016 feels like, and that was one of the best nights ever. Like nothing could ever, I think, match that, unless the Vikings or the Wild. I'm not as big of a basketball guy, but like the Timberwolves, like it's that atmosphere of like the parade and like everything washing away. If you just like bounce teams, it doesn't matter. You need to be there for the lows, just like the highs.
Yes, because when the Vikings eventually win their Super Bowl, I will bawl like a child because of the emotional trauma that I have experienced watching this team my entire life.
Now, are you talking about BAWL?
Like cry my eyes out, Bob.
Okay. I don't know what ball you were talking about.
Yeah.
All right.
A ball out.
Wasn't sure there.
No, I'll be a wreck.
Tom, your thoughts?
I haven't talked in 10 minutes. Why would I talk now? You guys are jacked, though. I like that. I just like sitting back and listening because you guys are very, very jacked about this team.
Don't get too excited.
Well,
they will in the end. They will
that's why you
disappoint.
haven't heard me talk in the last 10 minutes.
Because he's been through it. He knows.
Yep. Oh no, the other shoe definitely feels like it could drop, but we just kind of ignored that until it gets here. We'll deal with that as it comes.
The one thing I wondered about, I put something out on social media. How horrible was that Cardinals team for him to be 1-7?
Right.
You know, it's incredible how pathetic they must be. You know, so that one just boggles me because he is this talent there, and a lot of teams I think did miss on him. And it's a small sample size, but it's enough to see that their guy's got talent. I mean, the first game, he got lucky. This one, though, he can play. There's no question. I mean, I'm not saying he's going to be the next Kurt Warner. You know, he wasn't stocking shelves at some grocery store at a Hy-Vee, but it's a great story. And the whole Pastronaut, engineering thing is great. And I said something on my show earlier, and I didn't know. Do you all know he has alopecia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that slipped by me because I'm looking and I'm saying, you know, he's a good-looking guy. He should grow some hair or maybe go to the hair club for men.
Something.
Because he is, I mean, he's a handsome fella, but he just doesn't. Maybe it's because I didn't realize he didn't have eyebrows either.
All right. What did Jiminy Glick say about alopecia?
What?
You remember Jiminy Glick, don't you?
Yeah.
Martin Short's character.
Oh, yeah.
Brilliant character. He was talking to Paul, what's his name? The band leader for David Letterman.
Someone in Schaefer. There we go.
Paul Schaefer. There you go. He's just looking at him while he's interviewing, and he's not saying a word. And Paul Schaefer's talking. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Jiminy Glick goes, "That alopecia is a tough row to hoe."
You know, one of my most embarrassing moments in the media came because of alopecia. That's why I feel terrible. I said that earlier. Yes. I'm interviewing, this is 20 years ago when he's still, even in his 80s, you don't mess with Carl Eller. But I'm doing a big interview, and I didn't say me. You know, Carl, there's a lot of people who just wonder, why don't you get a better rug? Because remember what he used to wear? And he explained, well, I wear because I don't want to, I have alopecia. And I felt terrible. I did not know he had alopecia. He didn't really talk about it until then.
I didn't know that.
That is horrifying.
Yeah, Bob, even if he didn't have alopecia, why would you ask him that? That's terrible.
Well, clearly you don't remember the rugs he wore.
Still.
Well,
and he's a great guy, and he handled it very well. He didn't, pummel me.
He shoulda.
Well, and Tom, have you heard Kevin your favorite Timberwolves, Kevin Garnett, what he said to a alopecia, I guess, person with alopecia?
No.
So it was during a game, and they have all the courtside mics that pick everything up, and it's during a free throw, so the stadium's dead silent, and you just hear Kevin Garnett call Charlie Villanueva, who has alopecia. He goes, "You look like a effing cancer patient."
Oh my God!
Did he know he had alopecia?
That's an asshole.
Oh, he definitely. I mean, he had to have known he has alopecia.
I mean, because I feel terrible about Carl. I feel terrible about saying something about, Joshua Dobbs not knowing that he had it. I mean, it's a condition. A lot of people, it's a tough one for people.
Yeah.
And I think they did. So I think they did something in Arizona, because I was told about this too. There was a cheerleader with alopecia, and they did a spot together, to talk about it. And I don't know. There must be a decent percentage of people that deal with it.
I would imagine. We can close with this. Very first time I ever met Carl Eller is at the old, the bank right down the block here, right on 394 and whatever the hell, Xenia.
Yeah.
Was it American Bank or something like that? I go into the bank, and Carl Eller's up at, he's like second in line at the teller. So I walk up behind him, and I'd never met him before, whatever. I said, "It's okay if I stand here?" And he turns around and looks at me and goes, "As long as you promise not to beat me up." I started laughing. Guy's like 3 times bigger than me, but other than that,
now we've talked about bad guy. He is one of the nicest Vikings I've ever dealt with. That group nice. From that Chuck, I mean, that was Chuck's team and Carl Eller's team. And I mean, I've never dealt with a Viking from that era that wasn't just a wonderful person to chat.
You're right. They're all great people. They're very, very nice people.
Even Tarkenton turned out to be decent, because I ripped him once, and he called me. He was not popular with other players on the team, and that hurt his feelings. Mm-hmm. But I get along great with Tarkenton since then too. Yeah, not a bad one in that bunch, from my perspective.
All right, Sandy, You did a hell of a job, I think.
I think your guys did the hell of a job, although they are going to be so sad because this Vikings, they're not making winning the Super Bowl this year. It's hardly a tough call on my part.
Not with that attitude, they're not, Bob.
Yeah, I know. I can't get behind them enough like you guys.
All right, Sandy, we will talk to you later on, Pally.
I live for that. See you, Brits.
Thanks a lot. Bob Sands Sports brought to you by Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury lawyers. Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury lawyers seeking justice for the injured. Contact Bradshaw and Bryant at minnesotapersonalinjury.com. Ladies and gentlemen, the Eagles are at XL Energy Center on their farewell tour on Saturday, November 18th, this Saturday. And you can see them with Catherine and me in my suite. To enter, just go to Tom Barnard app or on the website at tombarnardshow.com. Listen for your name to be announced each day at 8:10, 9:10, and 10:10. Email us back by midnight at contest@tombarnardshow.com, and you win. Today's qualifier name for the See the Eagles with Me in my suite is Mel Dinius of St. Paul. Mel Dinius. Email us by midnight tonight at contest@tombarnardshow.com. Mel Dinius, Dinius of St. Paul. Call now. Text in, whatever you can do, let us know, and I'll see you on Saturday at, that's going to be at the X. Should be a hell of a show, the Eagles, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be great. I wish I was eligible to win this contest.
Yeah, right? We get disqualified.
I'm going to clear my throat there. I just moving along, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to, what the hell did I do with my spots? Did I do them all already? I did.
You did, yeah.
I did them all. My God. We'll be right back in a couple of seconds. Thomas Ian Nicholas will be with us right after this.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show.
Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story, and please let them know that Tom sent you. You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you. Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw and Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now, stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this, at Bradshaw and Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
I don't know about that unruly attitude part of it. What do you think of that part?
No.
I mean, that was kind of unruly for you to say that about the ad
unruly.
that Amy so well crafted, but
let me give you something unruly. Monday is my least favorite day to go down to the men's room because everybody's voiding what they ate all weekend and they're lined up to do it.
Jeez, that's graphic.
You see what I'm saying, though? It's every Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. Here, this is called a segue. Thomas Ian Nicholas with us. How you doing, Thomas? How's everything going?
I'm good. I'm happy to be on your unruly show.
It's unruly. There's no question. It's been unruly now for about 53 years. There's no question about that. But I did see you, speaking of Minneapolis boys, Tom Arnold worked with you on this project. Is that true?
Yeah, in my new series, Underdeveloped, which I executive produced and starred in, Tom Arnold plays my boss on the show.
Ooh.
Who bypasses my character's promotion to hire his brother-in-law who has no experience.
Well, please tell Tom Arnold that Tom Barnard said say hello to him. He's a very, very nice guy. I love talking to that guy. I mean, not as much as I like talking to Thomas Ian Nicholas. I mean, when I like talking to you more, but other than that, you know what I mean?
I hear you. Well, I'm here now, so, that makes sense.
It does indeed. Thomas joins the show both as a starring role and executive producer with other castmates, already mentioned, including show creator Brian A. Metcalf, David Henry. David Keckner's on the show as well. Excellent. And Tom Arnold. I want to hear all about the show, Thomas. What's the deal with the show?
Well, it's you can stream it now. The pilot is on Amazon Prime and Amazon Freevee, or you can see the whole first season on Tubi. And it's a mockumentary about a group of failed producers that are forced to work together in a production office. But you don't really have to understand how movies are made to understand these characters. They're basically inept characters that, do things like hiring their brother-in-law. So you got, nepotism, favoritism, inequality of pay, racism. We make fun of it all.
So it's like being in radio.
It's basically like being in any workforce, really.
in anywhere. It's funny you mentioned that, Thomas, because I've been in the show for a long time, and my wife, our son, and our daughter all appear on the show in the fourth hour, and there's no nepotism there, though. It was a coincidence.
Just a coincidence, a coinky dink.
A coinky. Who said coinky dink? That's right. That's a great old line, the coinky dink. But in any case, so your character specifically, what's that all about?
Well, my character is, probably he's the most curmudgeon-y because he's the one that kind of understands and does any of the work. But he's also got a heart of gold because he'll fix a problem and then not take the credit for it, and not tell anyone what he actually did, and let people think that they were responsible. So he's an interesting dichotomy. My character, Joe, is his name. Joe Schmo.
Joe Schmo, really?
Yeah.
My mother would love the show. She's no longer with us, but she would love Joe Schmo. I'm here to tell you. There's no question about it. Thomas, I got to tell you, we're talking to Thomas Ian Nicholas about his show, Underdeveloped. I'm looking at the promo picture. There are two of them on there, and the one on the left. Honestly, God, do people say this to you? Because, and it's a very distinctive and a good look. Don't get me wrong. You're a handsome devil. But I bet you everybody comes up and goes, man, you look just like this guy I went to school with. Do you get that a lot?
No, not necessarily, especially not with that mustache.
Well, I suppose that's true. That probably works out. But maybe it's because I went to Catholic school. Because whether you're Catholic or not, you look like a nice Catholic boy. You know what I mean?
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think that people have. I've kind of come to find that people have sort of grown up with me. They just know that I went to a different school, with the cast of American Pie. But we still have grown up together.
It's wonderful. So you're having a good time doing it. I mean, I suppose there's a lot of pressure that goes along with that. You have to succeed at what you're doing. So you're working as an actor and a producer and all these other things. I mean, do you feel a lot of pressure on the deal, or you just kind of go, hey, I know this is good, so I'm not worried about it?
I mean, I don't really think about it in terms of like achieving anything. I just love to, do what I do. And I feel very fortunate that, I mean, I've had now, oh my gosh, this is gonna make me feel old, but I have been working in my career for 36 years.
Really?
So actually, no, it's longer. I digress. I didn't do the math right. 30, no, it's 37 now, 37 years.
Man.
So I just am very thankful that I get to do something that I love and call it work, because it certainly doesn't feel like work. And I also, I have my band that just signed a record deal.
Excellent.
For the very first time. Only took me 1,000 shows, 6 albums in 15 years. So I'm musically an overnight success.
And because obviously most people recognize, or I shouldn't say maybe recognize, from either American Pie or The Rookie when you threw the most famous pitch in the history of baseball, underhand, after your mother, it lets you know that's what you should be doing after your arm goes out.
Just float it in there.
Right. You just float it in there like smooth like butter. So has it been something hard in your career to kind of always be chasing the next big success after having, such success with The Rookie as well as American Pie?
I think maybe there was a time where I felt that way, but for me, I've embraced that, especially like right now. Nostalgia is so big that it really is looked at positively that I have these things, these feathers in my cap from 24 and 30 years ago. And I just embrace the fact that, I had these successes. And I mean, it would be remiss of me to think like I'm going to top these things. We live in a different day and age. And the only way to do that is to have a big, I'd have to be in a Marvel movie, if I'm going to usurp the success of $1 billion franchise like American Pie, or even, the success of Rookie of the Year. So I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm just thankful that I get to do things that I love and still create art, and that anyone is entertained by anything that I'm doing is a blessing.
Yeah. And I apologize. Rookie of the Year, not the Rookie.
Not the
Dennis
Rookie
Quaid. Yeah.
I didn't jump in there on you. Don't worry about it.
You should have. Save me from looking like an idiot.
No, it's fine. I actually told Jack, Dennis's son, Jack Quaid, that I was at a Comic-Con and someone brought a copy of The Rookie. and I was like, awesome. I just signed it anyway. So
absolutely.
I thought that was pretty funny.
Thomas, I wish we had more time with you. Next time, come back for a little longer. Thomas Ian Nicholas, Underdeveloped, the name of the show. You're a hell of a guest, Thomas. Thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good day, sir. Thomas Ian Nicholas, ladies and gentlemen. Sounds like my kind of show, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. Any mockumentary where it's making fun of other things, and then it's something that's, you're in an industry very similar to what he is and the show's about. It sounds like a good show.
No question about it. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't even want to say this, but I have to say it because it's my job. There's a new movie that came out. Charlie Day put out a new movie. Have you seen any promos for it or anything like that?
No. What's it called?
God, I forgot. I forgot the name of the movie. Charlie Day wrote it, produced it.
Fool's Paradise?
Fool's Paradise. That's exactly right. So Catherine and I watched it, I think Saturday night. We watched it. Opened up, laughed like hell for 15 minutes, and then it just hits the wall.
Oh,
that's sad.
That made me really sad.
That's not what I wanted to hear. I love Charlie Day.
I do too.
When you said the first 15 minutes are great, I was hoping it was going to be, and it only got better, but no.
What's the name of the movie? Because he doesn't talk the whole movie till the very end. He says 4 words, which was kind of borrowed from that. What's the movie? Where the guy's he's a butler and the family died, and he kind of, what the hell's the name of the movie? Catherine knows. It doesn't matter, but it really made me sad because the movie just ended up going nowhere, and it was not funny at all for like the last hour and 10 minutes.
Dang, that's
really
long.
upset me because I've always really liked Charlie Day.
Yeah.
And again, first 20 minutes, I laughed like somebody said, "Man, this is great. This is going to be wonderful." But the fact that he just never talks. Well, what the hell is the name? Somebody will know. One of our listeners will know.
It's a movie that he's in that he doesn't talk? You're saying?
That's his new movie.
Oh, the new one is.
The new one's like that. Yeah, but there's another movie that came out years ago about a butler that ends up, I can't even remember who starred in it, but it's almost an exact copy of that movie.
Okay.
which is unfortunate. One of our listeners know exactly what I'm talking about. But it's my job to kind of do that whole day. I wish I could tell you, hey, it was wonderful from beginning to end. And first 15 minutes, you're going to laugh a lot. But after that, it kind of just doesn't go anywhere. And it's because he doesn't talk.
Oh.
Like, okay, we get it. You're not talking. What else you got? Right?
Yeah.
Anyone got any plan?
Yeah. I feel like if you're going to go the non-talking route, you have to have just like more than just one or two like acting gags, like, oh, he walked into a wall, or he stepped on a pitchfork and then it hit him in the face or whatever. Like what is how do you even get through that?
Which it feels kind of wasn't Mr. Bean shows and movies kind of like that? Or was I might think of somebody else where it's the kind of the quirky walking around type of guy that doesn't really it's not really popular anymore.
I'd call Catherine, ask her for the name of the movie I was talking about, but it's only 9:32, so she's not awake yet. Thank you very much. Great to be here.
Shut up.
Tough guy when she's not here, huh?
Yeah, I was gonna say the second she walks through the door, it's that would not be getting said.
That's the name of the movie, is Being There. Would you look and see who stars in that?
Yeah.
Because he doesn't talk the whole damn movie until the very end. He says like 4 words. Or at least he doesn't talk a lot. I don't know. But yeah, Being There was a really good movie.
All right. Being There was a 1979 comedy satire that starred Peter Sellers, Shirley MacLaine, Melvin Douglas, and Jack Warden.
Peter Sellers is amazing in that movie. He just doesn't talk. So I don't know what that, it's too bad. But yeah, Being There, that's the movie I was trying to think of.
Okay.
All right. What else is happening? Anything good in the news?
Specifically good, or just a story that might be bad that is taking flight?
Uplifting good and
all right, because I don't think there's any uplifting. Yeah, I don't think there's any uplifting.
Nothing?
No, I mean, like locally, the U of M is under like a safety watch because somebody overnight was kidnapped and robbed at gunpoint
by 3 guys dressed all in black. I saw that.
Yeah, so that's about it as far as.
You know what I love about that though? We've gotten so political now. They don't describe the people; they describe the clothes they're wearing.
Well, it sounds like they took the extent to make sure that there weren't any identifying marks from what I saw. So it wasn't like they just rolled up with their faces out. They were covered, masked up, and the girl couldn't really tell what was going on.
It was a woman it happened to?
I believe so.
Oh, I thought it was a guy. I saw it this morning on Channel 5, as a matter of fact. They covered that story. But yeah, they robbed her, and didn't they do some damage to her, hit her over the head or some damn thing?
Oh, sorry, it was a he.
It was a guy.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, he was forced into a small car by 3 men. And he was hit. It looks like he was hit over the head. Yeah.
So where'd the other guy end up?
They said he was robbed at gunpoint.
No, I mean the other robber.
I don't know. They don't know where the other robbers went.
Because the two of you are here. You and AJ are here.
Well, Brittany's at her house.
Oh, it could have been Brittany.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah.
It could have been Brittany that did it.
They thought she was a man because
there's no way. I'm wearing tie-dye, so
should see you.
Right? Yeah. If you hear a report of somebody wearing a tie-dye jumpsuit, robbing somebody, then it's Brittany.
It is funny when they mention their clothes, Tom, because it's the most changeable thing. So it's like
exactly. Who cares?
Okay.
Oh, they were dressed in black. Oh, good.
Be on the lookout for 3 men walking around Minneapolis wearing all black and ski masks
and going like this with their money.
Yeah,
baby. What time of night did that happen?
It says it was around 1 a.m.
Oh God.
He left Sally's, which is a bar over in Dinkytown.
Oh, so he walked out of a bar and they robbed him there?
I believe so. Yes.
Oh my God. So I mean, is it smart at all to go out? I mean, I got to be honest with you. Would you go out in downtown Minneapolis at night now? I mean, late night, not early night.
Yeah, I would go out. I just would. You have to be careful, aware of your surroundings. And if you're staying out until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, probably not the wisest thing to do. And it sounds like this guy was walking by himself. So I definitely wouldn't recommend, especially if you're a female, walking around downtown or Dinkytown, really anywhere by yourself.
But at this point, male or female, I feel like it's just funny because as a female, I've been told this constantly. And I feel like it almost should be heard that you probably shouldn't be walking alone, period.
Right.
Take an Uber straight from the facility to your home.
But didn't she just walk out of the building and they nailed her, right?
Yeah.
Or him, I mean?
Yeah. And I would assume that it's a college student. So he probably lives in the area. And I mean, everybody's guilty of it. Where you're like, oh, I'm just a few blocks away from home. I'll walk. What's the worst that's going to happen?
You just can't do that anymore.
No.
Though. Isn't that sad? You cannot live your life anymore.
Yeah.
Because they get away with these. I mean, every time you watch television, somebody does something like this, and they were released to their own recognizance. Like, does anybody go to jail anymore?
No, and I would assume that they don't even find the 3 yahoos that did it.
Yeah, because they have no idea.
No, and the police are dealing with so much as is.
I would say you have more of a chance with there being 3 people because 3 people, it's rare 3 people can keep a secret.
Yeah,
so
true.
If it was
That's
one
true.
person, I mean, that person could die with that secret, but like 3, it might come out.
Except I have a problem, Brittany, and you would understand this problem, I think. All the fine folks at K&L Gun Shop pointed this out to me because I've always had a concealed carry.
Yeah.
So if I would go to a downtown bar, I would have my gun on me.
Yeah.
Except I learned because it's a 357 Magnum that I need to back her off quite a bit because they're so powerful that if you shot someone, it could go through them and kill another person.
Wait,
yeah. I mean, it's funny as
Harry, why do you carry a 357 Magnum?
I grew up in North Minneapolis. That's why.
Oh my goodness.
Here's the thing.
You never know when you have to have a duel with somebody.
I'm not going to have any duels. There will be no duel.
What is it? A 10 pace stand up?
No, it's just don't mess with me. Leave me alone.
But Tom, you have to recognize, I mean, this is something that like in the military, we're constantly taught is not bullets not only go through people, they go through walls. So if you're going to shoot somebody, you better make sure that whole area is clear.
Yep.
And also like, I trust you going to a bar with a gun because you're not drinking. But I think the moment you have a drink, you should not have a gun with you.
What are you talking about? You know, you're absolutely right because, well, isn't carrying a gun while you're drinking illegal anyway?
I think so. I think we had this talk a couple months ago and you lose, it's like I think it's illegal or there's some aspect of it. I know Officer Dave wrote in once.
I think it has to be because you can't wander around with a gun if you're drunk.
Talking to my army friends.
Oh, that's real nice. They're all wandering around with weapons. Yeah, so I'm going back to K&L as a matter of fact, probably in the spring.
Yeah.
To go further along with my license to carry and all the rest of it. And he said we're gonna back off on the volume a little bit of the weapon you're carrying.
Yeah, that makes sense too. It's like you hear about it all the time. Kids asleep in their beds getting shot because it goes through walls, windows, all those things. You just always have to imagine a line that just keeps going because bullets go through a lot.
Only one time I felt bad about carrying a weapon. That was I was going into the old Itasca building when we used to do the podcast in the Itasca building.
Yeah.
And I'm going in, and I didn't even think about this. I was walked by this younger Spanish man. And I don't know where he was from, but he was Spanish. He was speaking Spanish to someone, as a matter of fact. And as I walked by, he gets backed away from me, and he had this horrified look on his face. And he's like doing that. And I'm like, what the hell is that all about? And I looked down, and I realized he could see my gun because I was carrying it in a holster. And he could see inside my coat. But that wasn't the only problem. And I didn't even realize this. I know that he saw the gun, and that's why he kind of backed off. I go in and wash my hands in the men's room. My hat says U.S. Border Patrol.
Oh, Jesus. You scarred this man for life.
I thought he might have a heart attack. I didn't even realize I was wearing that hat. I was like, oh, God.
Oh,
he looked like he was terrified.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Poor guy. Poor fella, right?
Following up from a few minutes ago, both Officer Dave and Chad write in with the same thing, saying that it's not illegal to carry a gun while drinking, but it's like it's a 0.04 BAC limit while carrying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm sure that if we're in a situation where you ended up shooting somebody while drinking, it's hard to claim self-defense, or it gets a little murky.
So you can be drunk, just not too drunk.
Yeah.
You could be drunk, not too drunk. That's real nice.
0.04 is pretty low. So
So it is just more a joke for joking's sake. But yeah, I mean, I would say just don't. Just don't carry a gun.
Unless you're in the army like Brittany, where apparently all her friends got wasted.
No, I'm not recommending it.
Battle.
I'm just saying, I have been many nights with our army friends out, and I'm like, they're wasted, and all of a sudden I realize they're carrying, and I said, nope, no, goodbye. I will not. I like will literally. I'm like, there's like an infamous story among me and my friends where I found out one of our drunk friends had a gun, and I was like, out. And they were like trying to get a hold of me, and I go, no, I'm not getting involved in
like, hey,
any
can I
of
shoot
this.
this apple off the top of your head?
Okay, done. I'm out of here. It's so scary when you have those realizations that somebody is carrying that shouldn't be. It's like, bye. Mm-mm.
So I have a question. Do a lot of people your age now, they don't carry weapons?
I don't think so.
No. I would say I don't know any of my friends. I know like people that have
You
guns.
don't have any friends.
But well, I mean, so there's a couple. There's my mom, and she does.
There's my mom.
Even she's not your friend. So there you go.
But I don't think it's as common.
No,
for people to carry because people are more anti-gun than I think they used to be.
But I wouldn't let the perpetrators know that nobody's carrying a gun. That's not a good idea.
Well, yeah.
But like a college kid, you shouldn't be carrying a gun. You can't have.
No, I agree.
Right.
Yeah.
But they had to have like a whole transition. So at Bemidji, a lot of people would bring their hunting rifles up and have them in their dorm when my husband went to school. And then there was like a transition of like, can we just have I don't think that's guns in the dorm, you know? And it was just like such a funny like reality of like, oh yeah, we probably shouldn't.
Well, yeah. Well, that's, growing up in Wisconsin, people that drove trucks, if they're going deer hunting, I have my gun under the back seat or storage compartment in my truck. Because back then it was like you use guns for hunting. And now in today's world where it's, they're more so used for mass shootings. It feels like every time you turn on the news.
Yeah.
So yeah, we were kind of going through that transition society where we're like, hey, maybe we shouldn't let just everybody walk around with a gun.
Hey, what's the Bemidji mascot? Do you remember?
Beaver.
Yeah.
It is the Beavers. I thought
Beavers.
so. Because you remember what I think it was. God, University of North Dakota. I don't know if it was North Dakota State or University of North Dakota.
Well, NDSU is the Bison and the North Dakota was the Fighting Sioux. Now I don't know what
Now
they
they're
are
the Fighting
now.
Hawks.
The Fighting Hawks.
Fighting Hawks. Isn't that kind of mean to the Hawks?
Why? Because they stink.
Because
So
they're
much?
fighting.
Sorry.
No, I just had a great memory when I used to kind of work up in that area. I think it was North Dakota State, but I'm not sure. They played Bemidji and beat them, and their next outfit was the next challenge was against Moorhead.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, their signage all said what?
We just beat the Beavers, or
We've licked the Beavers. Now we want Moorhead.
oh dang,
That's good.
Saying that's so good.
Unbelievable. I saw that was like really, and it was like a 20 by 20 foot sign too. It wasn't small. They were very excited about that.
As they should be. That's being in college. That's like you just have all like I was at a recruiting visit to Winona State, which is a big, well, Brittany knows, big nursing school, right? Is our resident nurse.
Yeah.
So they just had their homecoming shirts were just Winona State, we F nurses. And that was it. And it was like,
that's it?
That was it. That was it. Yeah.
Did it have the whole F or just the F?
No, they had the whole F. But
they had the whole
yeah.
I thought so, yeah.
Like, think about the coincidence of you have to get the schedule that has both of those opponents on
Yeah.
it, be back to back, and then you have to be good enough to beat the first one so that you then can make this. You're not going to pass up that opportunity.
No,
That's true.
No,
and
you're
they
not.
have. There's really not that much to do in Bemidji, so they have plenty of time to scroll, like to figure out these clever sayings. Sorry to people of Bemidji, but it's
no. Don't be sorry.
True.
My mom was a Minot State Beaver and still talks about it like the proudest thing.
Oh.
It's so funny.
Minot, North Dakota, baby.
Yeah, why not Minot?
Yeah.
God, did you ever live in North Dakota?
I did. Well, we moved when I was 5 when my parents got
you're
divorced.
5, okay.
But I lived in Williston, North Dakota. So
Yeah, you still go there, I know.
yeah, I go see my grandma. It's
That's
wild
your grandma.
there. It's wild.
I lived in both Grand Forks and Fargo, and I really liked both of them. And that was I guess I worked in Grand Forks in 1971, I think it was. And then I worked in Fargo, I think in 75. So they're 4 years apart, but I thought both towns were great. I really liked them.
Fargo's nice. It's a very familial atmosphere, at least when I was there.
Yeah.
And so it's got this small town feel. It's kind of a big-ish city compared for not being a major metropolitan area. But yeah, it's a nice place to live.
Although I've said it before and I'll say it again. A young 19-year-old boy out of North Minneapolis goes to Grand Forks, North Dakota, couldn't understand one damn word anyone was saying.
Yeah,
he could not understand them.
Where are the subtitles?
Yeah.
Like that's
I'm looking for subtitles. But it's like, oh yeah, the guy down the block was telling me about I'm like, what the hell are you saying?
Was the West Acres Mall, was that around?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So did you run into the issue of Fargo and what's it, West Fargo?
West Fargo,
where
yeah.
if you tell somebody that lives in West Fargo that it's just regular Fargo.
No.
Oh no, it's Bloods and Crips. Like I was on the phone with one of my roommates and they're like, hey, where are you at? I was like, oh, I'm over in Fargo at such and such restaurant. And this is West Fargo, sir. Like, oh,
that's true.
My bad.
No, you're right. They get very touchy about that.
No,
classic West Side Story.
Oh,
Jets and the Sharks.
Yeah,
There's a good restaurant over there. I can't remember what the name of it was in West Fargo. There's a great restaurant over there. But that was 50 years ago, so I don't even know if it's still there anymore.
When I lived in Fargo, I was on the college student budget, which was ramen noodles and whatever they're serving out of the dining hall.
Are those good? I've never had them.
No, they're not good.
What, ramen noodles?
they're a little good.
No,
they're good if you add a ton of other stuff.
Yep.
You can dress them up and they.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got to layer the deal. Is that the plan?
Yeah, but man.
We thought we were gourmet chefs. The Buffalo Wild Wings would have half off college nights on Sundays. So we'd all go there and just get a ton of food, take it to go. And then we'd be chopping it up like Asian zing boneless wings and putting it in our ramen noodles like we're on Top Chef.
Oh, God. I can't even imagine how dirty that kitchen was, too.
There's a Cowboy Jack's in St. Cloud, and every Thursday, I want to say, they had like this $4, like a bucket of wings. And the first time we were like, oh my God, that's a cheap dinner. So we did it a couple weeks in a row. And then one time, I mean, like it was the same quality every time, but my buddy Sean was like, these aren't like good wings by any means. And then we started to realize like, it's just the worst, like dog or like fox meat. It's just, it's not.
What's the fox meat?
Right. It's not, it's like, that's why they're so cheap. They're
Right.
just
It's pigeon wings. It's
yeah,
not even
exactly.
chicken,
Yeah.
Ish.
That's rough.
Just disgusting.
But also,
college kid.
Yeah.
I can't imagine, Tom, can you, maybe it's because I'm old or maybe it's because like I just don't eat like this. I can't imagine eating like 10 wings and calling that dinner and not like feeling like I had to lay on the ground after.
Back in the day, I could.
Yeah.
I do love chicken wings. Chicken wings are one of my favorite things, but they got to be right. Otherwise, they suck.
That's true.
That's a terrible deal. We got to go to break, but I got to mention, honestly, one of my favorite things about that whole time in Fargo, North Dakota, 1974, 75, whatever it was.
Yep.
Every time we went somewhere with my roommates, they would go to Victor. They'd go, so where do you live? And he goes, I live in blah, 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 blah. And they look at me, where do you live? And I said, well, I live with him. They go, what? I said, yeah, I live with Victor and his sister. And they go, you live with them? It's like so unusual for a white guy to live with black people. They thought it was great in a way because it was,
Well, especially in Fargo, he was probably the one black guy in Fargo.
Oh, no. You have to remember that Grand Forks has a huge Air Force base up there.
Oh, I suppose.
Yeah. So it was, but I also would get invited to the parties. I would be the only white guy there, which was kind of interesting. And some guys did not like that, by the way.
No, I can imagine.
They was like, what's that honky doing here? No, I loved it. Victor, God, I haven't seen Victor in a million years. Lovely sister, though. But she was already engaged to Ronnie. So, what are you going to do? Right?
Right.
All right. I want to mention the weather one more time because it's so wonderful. I know the weather. I know a lot of people listen to the show hours later, but it doesn't matter because I'm doing the whole week and it looks phenomenal. Mostly sunny and mild today with a high of 55. On Tuesday, windy and warmer, partly sun with a high of 62. Yes, I said 62. Wednesday, partly sunny and a high of 60. Thursday, once again, sunny and 62. It's just magnificent weather for the next 4 or 5 days. It just looks really good. Well, even Saturday and Sunday, 50 and sunny and 53 and sunny. So it's looking really good. It is right now sunny and 41 degrees, but 55 later on today. Magnificent, right?
I can't wait to wear shorts.
You should wear shorts at 65 degrees.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like it, man.
Show off the calves one more time before they go into hibernation.
Let me show off my calves.
No, they're nothing. They're nothing special.
You ever seen my calves?
I no. Do you want me to?
Easter hams, baby. I have the biggest calves of any living human.
You guys are so weird. Like, I just have this image of I should be like, give mommy what she wants. Let me see them calves.
He's got an OnlyFans account that's just him showing his calves.
Showing my calves.
Never
off.
say that again.
I'm not kidding you. It's just, well, first of all, part of it was genetic anyway. But then when I started lifting weights and doing leg work, my legs like tripled in size in about 3 months. It's like, good God.
You should put on a heel and it would really pop. Because like if I wear heels, my calves just pop out and they look so big.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what I should do. Start walking around in heels. What a good plan.
Yep.
I could be Sylvester Stallone. That'd be wonderful. We shall take a break. Be right back in a couple of minutes, ladies and gentlemen. More news right after this.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Listen live on the Tom Barnard Show app or at tombernardshow.com.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialke from Bialke Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialke Law to set up a free initial consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkelaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
The Tom Barnard Show is proud to have partners like North American Banking Company, Bradshaw & Bryant, and attorney and advertiser Dave Bialke.
I've been advertising on Tom Barnard shows for years. I like Tom, not just because he's a good guy, but because the ads I run on his show bring me new clients that are hurt at work and need legal help. Tommy B works for me.
If you'd like to find out more about growing your business with the Tom Barnard Show, go to tombernardshow.com, keyword partner.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Andy now joins us. Where does AJ go? To what? To work on Purple Daily or something?
Yeah, something like that.
One of
those sports ones.
I think that's exactly what it is. So AJ leaves and then Andy comes in. So did Ethan ever settle down and go to sleep?
Yeah, he did.
That was good. He had a big day yesterday, man. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he sure did.
He was moving at top speed the entire day. God, it was had a lot of family this weekend. I was telling everybody that, Andy, that on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, there was a lot of family involved, whether it was at our house or over at their Uncle Daryl's house or whatever. But it was just, I love that stuff, to get together with 3 generations of family and just eat a little chow and laugh and have a good time. But those kids, we were very, very lucky because Alex's kids and Andy's son get along really, really well. They just love one another. Isn't that great?
Yep. The whole time on the way home, Ethan was telling us all about his day.
He was. What was he?
I mean, he would just like be sitting there and he would just all of a sudden go, funny. And he'd be like, yeah, you saw funny, didn't you? Bop, bop. Yeah, Bop, bop was there too. So he's clearly just like thinking about all the things that just happened, but obviously he can't talk about it. So he just says the stuff he saw. He's talked about Birch and May and
sure.
Yep.
It's funny how kids' brains work like that, right? Like you can just like see them processing. We were at Gogo and I went to Shields yesterday. And they have their fish tank, and they had a guy swimming in it.
Oh, God.
And she walked up, and it, like, blew her brain apart.
Yeah, sure.
And then she kept going, Dad. I'm like, that's not Dad. She's like, Dad? And I was like, no, your dad is not in that fish tank right now.
Daddy in a fish tank. I love that. Well, how'd you know it was a man, though? Didn't he have a mask on?
Yeah, but he was like, it looked like a human. You could really tell. I mean, you're so close to it. I should have taken a picture. It's so wild how close. I mean, they're in these giant tubes. I mean, you saw the fish tank at Shields, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and he's like in there and he's just kind of cleaning things and you can tell it's a guy.
Oh, she was just in there to clean it up.
Yeah. He had like a scrub brush that you would use for dishes. It was wild.
One thing I just love about little kids around that age, 18 months, 2 years, whatever, is they all of a sudden they're just having a great time and they will look over and see something, walk over and grab it and run away.
Yep. I know. Little thieves.
He does that all the time.
They just take off running. It's like, you're going to get away. First of all.
He just grabs a bottle of red wine vinegar and runs away with it.
It's like, okay.
Yeah. Very exciting, I'm sure.
But yeah, they had a wonderful time, and I already mentioned Andy. I don't even know if you were there then, but honest to God, Dan came over after the Viking game to pick up Sagey to take him.
No, we didn't see Dan.
Oh, you didn't see Dan? Oh, yeah, so it was before you got there. But honest to God, Sage got so jacked up. He's running through the house. He looks back at me. He goes, "We're going to Lions Tap."
Oh, best ever.
All excited about going to get a hamburger at Lions Tap. See, I love that about little kids. They're got all that energy and they're so happy about very little,
Oh, yeah. The little things that kids get excited about. It's like, I wish that I was still like that.
I
excited
know.
over all the little
Oh,
things.
I remember, going to Pizza Hut thanks to the Scholastic Book Readers program or whatever. I go like every week because I read so much.
Yep.
And every single time it was like, we get that Pizza Hut. Makes your day.
Or as a little kid, so we lived in town, and about 5 blocks to the downtown was a video rental store. And so every Friday, or not every Friday, but on some Fridays, my mom would give me my brother like $5. And she'd be like, you guys can go down there and pick out a video game and come back. And we sprint down to the store and come back with a video game and just play all weekend for hours. Yeah. Simple times.
Kevin brought this story up earlier, but I got to read this because it's just, oh, God. Now, I didn't know this part, and that's why I wanted to read it. A California middle school student was recently suspended and barred from attending future sporting events in the school district after being accused of wearing blackface at a football game. But I didn't know the kid did it is black.
How does that work?
That's what it says in this article on Fox News.
How would you even know?
Well, he's extremely
I guess if he did it really poorly.
Extremely honky.
I mean, just looking at him, he doesn't look like a black person in America today, but I guess good for him.
A black person in America today. Well, the headline says California middle schooler banned from sports over blackface, but group says it was just eye paint. Student wore his eye black throughout the game without incident. Well, don't a lot of athletes wear eye black?
Yeah,
I'm
a
looking
ton
at
of
pictures of
athletes
them.
wear eye black. And so what's been popular now, because in the article, if you scroll down, they show a bunch of athletes in their eye black. But it used to be you just do one line, and he did essentially his whole cheeks, which is a very popular thing to do now.
And this is clearly not even close to blackface.
No.
It's California, so you have to expect mental illness.
That's a very good point, actually. Yeah, it's California. Okay, the guy's nuts. Okay, that's the people. So I don't know. I just don't understand. Have they ever seen a lot of professional athletes used to wear blackface. I mean, blackface, eye black. Now they got me doing it.
Yeah,
they still do, don't they?
Yeah,
and if the sun is glaring in your eyes, it's really the only thing you can do.
I believe, I can't remember. I think it's not Max. Is it Max Crosby? There's a Raiders defensive lineman. I think it's Max Crosby that he wears a ton of eye black.
Yeah,
which is and then it looks very similar. But this kid, I mean, he did too much just in general. Like it's a little excessive, but he's also a middle schooler that he wants to
doesn't
look
know how to do it right.
Right. He's a little kid that just put eye black on. Leave him alone.
So are we in a position now where we're just going to overreact to everything?
Yes.
I also go like, okay, so everything went fine in person.
Mm-hmm.
Why is there a need to put it online and let that all like I have to go? We need to stop and go, what are we doing? Would we have to put whoever like put him online, put him in a really vulnerable position? Because they go, why are you posting something like that online when like you just know how the internet is?
Yeah, well, it looks like his mom or somebody took a picture of him after the game or before the game. He's smiling, like
got a big smile.
Probably just got done playing football, and then I'm assuming the comments section went crazy because people think it's blackface.
Apparently, it was the principal of the school
that went berserk.
Yep.
Was it a man or a woman?
Hold on.
I bet it was a white woman.
No, it was a man.
Take that, assholes.
Luna.
Oh my God! Yes, she went after you hard, man.
Well, that's like the classic, and Jeff, I assume, is white because
I would
that's
assume so.
Like to be offended for black people.
The overcompensating.
Where it's clearly this kid is not doing blackface. And it's like, do you even know what blackface is? Because this is nothing near.
No, I know this kid thinks he's being innocent and whatever. I just kind of go, there's a lot of things where I just go, why are you just don't post it? Like as a parent, you just have those moments of like, do you want to put this online? I don't know. I just stop and go, just be in the moment and to not have to have that like scrutiny on top of this kid.
But at the same time, this is a little kid playing football. Like you should be able to take a picture of your kid after the game and post the picture and not have this happen.
He was attending the game, I thought.
Oh, he was just attending the game?
I don't know.
Well, either way. Like it's not
matter.
So is it weird that he wanted to put like the eye black on? Sure, but it's a little kid that's not trying to do blackface. Like,
okay, I need an education from you.
Okay.
CNN analysts suggest some are guilty of digital blackface. What the hell does that mean?
Who is Summer?
Yeah, Summer. There you go. Some are
digital blackface.
Some are guilty of digital blackface, insidious form of contemporary racism.
I honestly, at this point,
what?
Wish anyone who ever used the term blackface would just die. Any reason, even ironically, so I should die too. I'm willing to take that sacrifice.
You're going to take
if
one
it
for
means
the
ridding
team?
the world of these busybodies who have nothing better to do.
Well, and especially because back in the day when it originally happened was because they had white people portraying black people in like theater portrayals.
That was
like
a
medieval
long time
times,
ago,
right?
yeah.
Like so, it's just absolutely.
I think the most recent one was probably Al Jolson. I think.
What was it Tropic Thunder with?
Robert Downey Jr.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah, but they did it like they had some artsy reason to do it because obviously they could have just hired a black guy if they wanted to.
But I've never seen that movie, but I believe it was his character was racist. Like it worked in the movie.
Well, it's supposed to be more of laughing at how ridiculous an actor is to think that they could play a black person. This person was always doing character acting and did everything. What is it called when you commit to the role?
Method acting?
Thank you. And like his method acting got him really well known. So could Tropic Thunder be made today? Absolutely not. No way, no how. But the whole concept about it was that tongue in cheek of like, this is stupid and should not be done kind of thing.
Yeah, because it's about a bunch of actors who somehow managed to get themselves in an actual war scenario.
Yeah.
So now they're basically like acting their way through a real war. And yeah, some method actors are infamous for never ever dropping character, even when it would probably put them in danger to stay in character.
Yeah.
And that's what that character is making fun of.
What wasn't was it Drew Carey did a movie where he didn't like he was the character for the entire taping of it, and
that was Man on the Moon. Yeah, and he
and
committed.
everybody on set was like, "Hey, man, it's just us.
Yeah,
you can stop being this person."
Sometimes they insist that if they ever break character, then they might not be able to get back into character, and the whole movie's ruined.
It's weird. It would be so weird to be like at craft services acting like you're Andy Kaufman. Like that's weird.
I have a question. Is it okay to do white chicks again?
Probably not.
But black men wore whiteface. Is that okay?
Yeah, but they were undercover police officers. They had no choice.
It made sense for the plot, and they were so realistic.
I don't care. See, I don't care about stuff like that. You want to act like that? Good for you. I just don't understand people getting so upset over that.
Right. Because it's more how you act while doing it. Like if you're saying a bunch of heinous, super racist, like where it feels like a personal attack on somebody, then okay, yeah, that's not great. That's not good. We probably shouldn't do that. But if it's, like a white chicks type of situation or in Tropic Thunder where it's not,
who cares?
It's not, nobody should be getting offended by
it's in a movie. Right. It's not
real, people.
When's the last time you saw White Chicks? Because I remember thinking it was funny when I was little, and I wonder if it actually is.
I watched it like 3-4 years ago,
and
it was fine. It had its moments.
My favorite part, I think, in that movie is at the end when they reveal that they're black, and Terry Crews is laying on the ground, and he's like, "You mean you're not?" And they cut him off, and he goes, "Women," and he's like, "White?" Like, that was his big sticking point. It wasn't that he was like in love with this man. It was black, not white.
What a world. How about the students hospitalized in stampede on Wayne to the stampede to the final exams? What the hell is that?
I saw that. Yeah, like I guess they were supposed to get time slots, and they were far more open about those time slots because it was like a bunch of people in that program that needed to take that final. And everyone wanted to get done at certain times. And so they stamped, like people ended up in the hospital.
Yeah, they did. About 20 students at the University of Calabar it's Unical apparently, have been hospitalized at the University of Calabar teaching hospital following a stampede which occurred when the students were struggling to gain access into a hall to write their examination. The Whistler gathered the students who were in 100 levels in the school. Were supposed to write the general studies and communication skills examination on Friday, but the examination was postponed to Saturday. The examination was meant to be taken in batches, and the students had rushed into the hall to secure space from the few available seats in the hall. So they ran over each other to just get a chair.
Yeah, to take a test.
Jesus. Well, now, why did the school ever let that happen?
I don't know, because it's really weird that you wouldn't have them with that huge of a class do all the 100 series. So that's anybody pretty much in freshman year has to take these tests. You think you would have it figured out better than that and organized.
Right. You're in some sort of large auditorium where there's plenty of space for everybody.
Yeah.
You have kids taking it in the hall. Like,
that is weird.
It sounds like a shitty school in general.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if because it was on Saturday, maybe if certain parts of campus were closed or something, but I don't know.
Who knows? The Eagles are at the XL Energy Center on their farewell tour on Saturday, November 18th, and you can see them with Catherine and me in my suite. To enter, just go to Tom Barnard app or the website at tombarnardshow.com. Listen for your name to be announced each day at 8:10, 9:10, and 10:10. Today's qualifier name for the Eagles with me in my suite is Mel Dinius of St. Paul. Mel Dinius, Dinius. Email us by midnight tonight at contest@TomBernardShow.com. And we'll see you this Saturday to see the Eagles at the XL Energy Center in the suite. That'll be great. Magnificent, as a matter of fact. I don't. That Stampede story is very, very odd. I don't understand why they. I mean, first of all, wouldn't you have hall monitors? If you're going to do it in the hall, you need to have hall monitors, don't you?
Yeah, I think they were trying to get in the auditorium. I don't, and they got, and the colleges don't really have hall monitors.
No,
they just don't. What in that case, if you're going to have them take tests in the hall, wouldn't you?
I don't think they were taking the test in the hall. I think that's where the stampede happened to get in the auditorium.
Oh, because I thought they were saying there were chairs in the hall or something. Who knows? Maybe they had the chairs stacked up so you grabbed a chair on your way in or something.
I don't know,
Maybe.
but
it might be.
It's terrible organization. That's insane.
Oh, this is that story that you brought up earlier. The U of M student kidnapped and robbed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you read the whole story?
I read most of it.
God, what a bizarre situation. A victim was forced into a small car by three men, then robbed and dropped off in St. Paul.
Oh.
A safety alert was sent out to students at the University of Minnesota after a kidnapping and robbery occurred in the early hours of Sunday morning. According to officials, around 1 o'clock in the morning, the victim was followed from Sally's. Now, where is Sally's? It's in Dinkytown, you said?
I'm trying to remember. I know I've been a long time ago. It's on Washington.
Washington, what, near North or something?
It's like 2 blocks south of Huntington Bank Stadium.
Yeah, where like the light rail goes through.
It's right there, yeah.
Where there's like that Burger King and everything else. What's the big hotel that's in Dinkytown, whatever, it's right over there.
It is over there. I know exactly what we're talking about, yeah. According to officials, around 1 o'clock in the morning, the victim was followed from Sally's over to the Super Block area near University Avenue in Minneapolis, where he was forced into a small car by three men. The victim was then robbed at gunpoint, dropped off somewhere between the Super Block and the area around I-94 and Cretin Avenue and Vandalia Street exit in St. Paul. Yeah, damn St. Paulites, typical.
That's where I lived. I lived right over there.
Oh, you live right over in that area?
It's like, you know what? If you're going to rob me. But to bring me to a second location, you know how scared you would be in that car? Oh.
Yes. Well, first of all, why do you have to take somebody across town to rob them?
It's not that far. It's like right on the cusp of.
But I'm just saying, why would you even have to take them anywhere?
Why relocate?
I think it's because they don't. If you're robbing someone, you don't want to just be at parked somewhere.
Right. If you're standing on the side of the road, it's probably going to draw more attention than if you quickly get them in the car. Not that we're trying to tell people how to easily rob somebody. But
way to go.
Yeah, Tevin. Even though I was saying it first, Tevin.
Yeah, all you've done now is turn our listeners into a bunch of robbers and thieves. Way to go.
If crime spikes.
If they didn't have that part figured out, they're probably going to get caught anyways.
I suppose you're probably right about that. What the hell is this? A $300 million elder fraud case? What's that all about?
Ooh.
Jesus. Minneapolis again.
Dang.
I know, Minneapolis is on fire right now. Federal juries found 3 defendants guilty in a $300 million nationwide telemarketing fraud scheme that targeted the elderly and vulnerable victims, announced U.S. Attorney Andrew M. Luger. Oh, Andy Luger. I used to know him. Andy. According to evidence presented at trial, Armando Antoine Miller, 47, of Littleton, Colorado, I should say, Tashina Laverna Crump, 39, of Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Balaam Ezekiah Dudley, of 37, of Plymouth, knowingly conspired with at least 40 other defendants to carry out a telemarketing scheme that began in at least 2000, victimized numerous individuals across the United States, many of whom were elderly and vulnerable. $300 million fraud.
Yeah.
Jesus. I got a question for you. Once you got to 100 million, why would you keep going? Because you're eventually going to get caught if you keep going.
You would think.
Well, it's like when you hear about Ponzi schemes and stuff like that, you just keep going and going because I'm sure something happened where they get so far down the rabbit hole where they don't believe they can stop.
Yeah, you just don't think you're ever going to get caught.
Yeah, or get caught. That's the other thing.
I suppose. This was one of the largest federal fraud schemes in our nation with over 150,000 elderly victims across the country. said United States Attorney Andrew M. Luger. We are pleased with the verdict. Combating elder fraud and abuse is one of the Justice Department's top priorities, and we will continue to work closely with our law enforcement partners to combat systemic fraud of our most vulnerable citizens. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't really get into how they did it, and I suppose they don't talk about that because they don't want other people doing it.
Yeah, they probably don't want somebody getting any ideas or anything like that, but
seems like it.
It sounds like you just, essentially you're exploiting, elderly people or vulnerable people where there's a million scams that people do. But it sounds like it specifically was senior citizens now they have have you guys heard of the Twin Flames story that's making the rounds on social media? Mm-mm. Brittany, have you?
Yeah, it's a documentary on Netflix right now about these two people that did this. It was like a dating to find your long-term special love, and it was a big scam. It makes my stomach sink thinking about people scamming money from these people with limited incomes, and
right.
I mean, terrifying. And there's a weird shame. They talk about this too, a weird shame that goes along with it when elderly people realize that they've been scammed, and there's just like so many layers, and it's all just garbage and crap. It's so gross.
It does seem like it. No question. People and their love of money.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been talking about this. Almost everything now is based on how much money I can make and get away with.
Yeah.
People just, my God, why don't you get off your ass and go get a job? How about that?
Do you not have grandparents? Do you not have parents? Like, why? Yeah. You don't think about that at all?
I know.
You're listening to people, worry about paying certain rent, and you're draining their funds. It's so gross.
I know. It's terrible. But people don't care who they victimize. They don't care at all.
They don't.
Unfortunately. Matter of fact, right after this break, I'm going to victimize. What's your name again? See, I just victimized her.
There you go.
Kristyn Burt, join us right after this.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Listen live at TomBarnardShow.com or on the Tom Barnard Show app.
Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now, stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this, at Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
Tom Barnard is back. Every weekday, you'll hear Tommy B, Brittany Arneson, yes, that Brittany Arneson, along with Tom's pals Kent Herbeck on Fridays, Bob Sansevier, Mike Stretch Gelfand, Tim Lammers, and from Channel 5 Eyewitness News, Chris Eggert and Kristyn Burt on entertainment and pop culture. It's Tom and the crew with opinions on news, opinions on life, opinions on entertainment, and of course, opinions on other people's stupid opinions. The Tom Barnard Show is a podcast, so you can listen when you want to listen. in the car, on the way to or from work, at home, on the job site, or wherever you need your Tommy B Show fix. Hear the show on the Tom Barnard Show app in your app store, as a podcast on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts, or see it on YouTube on the Tom Barnard Show channel. The Tom Barnard Show is proud to have partners like North American Banking Company, Bradshaw & Bryant, and attorney and advertiser Dave Bielke.
I've been advertising on Tom Barnard shows for years. I like Tom, not just because he's a good guy, but because the ads I run on his show bring me new clients that are hurt at work and need legal help. Tommy B works for me.
If you'd like to find out more about growing your business with the Tom Barnard Show, go to tombarnardshow.com, keyword partner.
There you go, Andy. Will you put the screen up, please? Because I cannot tell if Kristyn's on or not unless the screen's up.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, I didn't know. How would I know if I can't see her? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Kristyn Burt now joins us, ladies and gentlemen. What's the latest?
I have COVID.
Everyone does right now.
So I didn't know that. Really, a lot of people.
No, on Friday I had like a cold, and I was like, "Oh, this is really starting to feel worse as the day was going on."
Yep.
And I'm like, you know what? I feel like I need to take a test. And sure enough, that bright red line showed up. Mm-hmm. And I know exactly where I got it. That's like the worst part. I don't know the person, but they were sitting in 33A from Miami to Los Angeles on Monday, Sunday landing on Monday morning. And they were not only like coughing away, but they weren't using an elbow or a hand. It was disgusting. And the person sitting next to them must have gotten super sick because he kept on going, ew, and then was like pulling up his jacket. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
That's terrible.
And it was like that, when you're at the start of like a cold, when it's like really wet and super contagious, virusy, spreading everywhere. Yeah.
Are you going to talk about boogers the entire episode?
I am not. I just wanted to get a little bit of empathy for my COVID situation. The good news is that I had COVID in May of 2022, and it was really bad. Mm-hmm. So I'm really happy to report that this is just like an annoying head cold. Yeah. So I'm really grateful for that because it was terrible the first time around.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Was this vaccine worthless?
I think it's going to be like the flu. Like you get the right strain and with the vaccine and it helps you. And then some years they don't catch the right strain and it doesn't help you.
I guess. I don't know. I don't really. Like I said, I've been vaccinated 3 times and boosted twice, and I got COVID twice. So,
well, it's not supposed to prevent COVID. It's supposed to help you not go to the hospital. So if you didn't go to the hospital and you got the vaccine, that's a success.
So that was it.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's all we need.
Yeah, it's not like measles, like you get the measles shot and you don't ever get measles. It's not like that. So
that billions of dollars all those guys made by selling it, that helped people.
Yeah, that's how they sold it. They sold it to us like it was going to eradicate COVID. I think that's the problem.
They lied. Then.
The issue is that there's so many strains out there that it's going to be like the flu vaccine. They're going to hope to capture it in a little vaccine each year. And some years they'll be lucky and some years they won't be.
Haven't seen that Anthony Fauci in a while. What did he take off with his billions of dollars and hide?
Didn't he retire?
Retire from what?
His job.
He didn't have a job.
Well, let's see. He is in his 80s. He's 83.
Is he really?
I thought he left the position.
Yeah, I thought he retired too.
Yes, he stepped down
like last year.
The end of last year.
Yeah. I was like, I thought so.
Can we find out what his net worth is now? Because I bet you it ain't bad.
I doubt you'll be able to find that information accurately.
You probably made a couple dollars.
I would say so, yes.
He did okay. How do they find that out? By coincidence, because we were just joking around the other day about Leopold and the fact that the guy who owns the Minnesota Wild is a billionaire, and he's married to a billionaire, and she has more money than he does. But how do they know how much money those people have? I mean, are they just guessing?
They're guessing. I know that we do articles a lot of times on like celebrity net worth. And it's really just an estimate. Like if you know what property they own, you can guesstimate from like Zillow. Okay, it's worth about $10 million there. They have another home in the Hamptons. It's worth about $15 million here.
Yeah.
You know, and then they guess on salaries because sometimes they're released or an estimate's released on how much they made for that series. And then you just guess because we don't know what assets they have. We don't know if they have trusts. Like there's so much that's unknown.
Well, apparently with Fauci, it is known because he was a government employee, and apparently you're allowed to see some aspects of their finances through
but not all
requests.
But not all, because we're going through this right now with our Speaker of the House, who claims he has no assets and is living paycheck to paycheck, which I don't buy whatsoever. Because you don't have to report if you have under a certain amount in a checking account. You don't have to report that.
He doesn't have as much money as Nancy Pelosi. They just released that over the weekend too.
Nancy Pelosi is like the insider trader queen. Come on.
Yeah, and long before anybody else could trade, by the way. They don't bring that part up.
Fauci apparently is about $11 to $12 million.
Yeah. And he apparently made about $2 million off of COVID.
I'm not buying that for 1 second. He made a lot more money than that.
Everybody made a lot of money off of COVID. Trump did, like the Senate did, Congress people did.
I didn't make a dime, damn it.
That's because you weren't like trading with your representative and congressman friends.
Exactly.
You know those websites like we were talking about, like the net worth? Tom, you're on them, and yours are all over the board. Like, from broke to billionaire. You are all, it's like all shooting in the.
From broke to billionaire.
No, I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, it's funny because I'm like, oh, I wonder if Tom's on any of these sites. Somebody had 1 to 5 million, which seems like a big whatever. One said 0, he's broke. It's like all over the place. So it's shooting in the dark.
Says I'm a billionaire.
I think I just saw a bunch that was like, I was going to go into it because it's a little creepy to the facts that like, especially the inaccuracies and stuff. It's just kind of funny. I feel like they're not exactly right.
Time it said I was worth $2 million. It said that for the longest time.
And I bet there's people that call into those sites that are like, my number's way too low. Here's my bank statements.
Yeah. Celebrity net worth is considered like the most accurate of the bunch. And that's what's utilized in the media industry is kind of like the standard, kind of like a Wikipedia for net worth.
It's just funny. I never thought, I was like, I wonder if Tom's like somebody I actually know on one of these, because we look them up and I always know that they're not exactly accurate. So it's just a funny thing to be like, oh, I actually know somebody on one of these articles.
And it's why a lot of celebrities put their real estate in a trust, because people will just randomly look up the price of their proprities too.
It's easy to do, yeah.
God, that's so weird. But how do they know those numbers? I mean, why would someone think I was broke?
I'm just saying it was maybe not broke, but they had like very low to very high. It's all over the board.
That's so odd.
Tom's like, I'm not broke.
No, you're fine. I just mean like,
I want to be broke.
Right.
Come to me for money. I'm broke.
Nobody wants to be broke in 2023.
But you appear broke. Appearing broke is not a bad thing to be.
Exactly. They don't.
Adam Sandler appears broke, and he is a multi-millionaire.
He is indeed. It's true. Nah, what the hell? I think it's. Let me see. Let me check. What have I got in my wallet? That's the whole figure right there.
What do I got on my person?
Who is the richest person in the world now? Is it still Elon Musk?
I don't believe so. I believe he's fallen considerably after the purchase of Twitter.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That he's so. I suppose that Jeff Bezos, he's got to be way up there.
Bezos, yeah, he's probably up there.
Bezos, not Bezos.
It's Bezos, yeah.
It's Bezos, okay.
Yeah.
Is he an okay guy?
I mean,
she's like, I don't know.
I mean, if you think that like going out on a double date and then basically, you know, making friends with these people and then basically making that other person's wife your now fiance is cool.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not great.
Run that by me again. What did he do?
So his wife at the time was Mackenzie Scott. They befriended Lauren Sanchez and Patrick Whitesell. Patrick Whitesell is a huge power player in terms of Hollywood agents.
Oh, okay.
And Patrick introduced his wife, Lauren, to Jeff, thinking that maybe they could do some business together. They used to go out on double dates, all four of them. And lo and behold, now Lauren is engaged to Jeff.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mackenzie, she walked with what, about 47 billion or something?
She did, and she's been married and divorced already in that time.
Really?
And Lauren Sanchez, as of today, it just came out. I haven't read the full feature, but she now has a spread in Vogue. So, I mean, talk about like, when you have the right people in your corner, you can have people featured. And there's like these glossy images of like Jeff and like their helicopter, and she's like sitting in his lap. I mean, go and look at it. You're like, this was the nerdy guy that was wearing baggy khakis on the Oprah Winfrey show working out of his garage 20 years ago.
Yeah. I got to be honest with you. I might be the only guy in America that loves the fact that some people think I'm broke. You're right. He's broke. Leave me alone. I think
Adam Sandler's like that too. He's out in his like his baggy gym shorts, his oversized t-shirt, and he looks like he's worn it for 4 days in a row.
Right.
And
yeah, he's out just playing basketball at an LA Fitness somewhere, and yeah, I love it. Adam Sandler is a man.
Looks like he had a Costco hot dog and soda for lunch. Like spent $1.50.
It's so funny that the coincidence of all this that Brittany brought that up, because I was just reading that story about Andrew Luger, the attorney.
Yep.
He was, God, what position did he hold when those guys stole that money from me several years ago? And he was going to bring charge against him. He never did, but he was going to. So what a coincidence. Because I have had money stolen from me. I know, you guys know that. One thing I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if people know you have money, you better run. That's all I'm saying.
That's why they tell lottery winners to actually,
yes.
To right away hire like lawyers, hire a financial advisor, and lock up their money really fast because people come out of the woodwork.
The only evidence I have that I'm not broke is I have a box of Whoppers.
What about
Whoppers are delicious.
Are my cashews still there?
Your cashews.
Let me see if there are any left. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, we're rich in cashews.
We're in cashew heaven.
Fancy craft services at the studio.
We got a lot of fancy craft stuff.
Tevin, don't touch mine.
It's kind of interesting that I've never gone through it. You're looking at what you were looking at, Brittany.
Yeah.
Why people would want to know how much somebody else has.
I don't know. I felt weird about it, but I thought it was funny enough to bring up. But like as soon as I didn't like clicking on it because it was like Tom Barnard is married to it. I'm like, why do they know this? I don't like that.
I hate that part.
I know. And so I backed out. So I'm not going to be very honest. I only skimmed some of them because it felt super naughty and weird to look at any of that.
I understand what you're saying. It's just people. That's why one of these days I'll just go hide. It'll be fantastic.
Yeah, but still do the show.
There's a possibility, and I'm very serious about this, that if the show could, because what I understand, because I don't check on it, I don't even have access to it, the numbers, but the show is building and building and building. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I don't know if I want to know, but if it holds on, I'm going to try to break Sid Hartman's record. You remember Sid Hartman, don't you, Kristyn?
Yes.
I'm going to break his record because he would last appeared, I believe, on WCCO radio. He was 100 years old. So I have to be 101 sitting here going, the hell do you guys want? What do you think?
Think how annoyed you're going to be of us then.
Oh my God!
I'll still be in my closet with COVID.
Oh, poor Kristyn.
I just was like, I'm going to work. I'm so bored. I like just slept all weekend long in bed. I was like, I am going to work today because I just feel like I need to do something.
Yeah.
Put on some makeup. Look half alive.
Look magnificent. I heard what you were thinking. No, you look great. You look fine.
Thanks.
No question.
I appreciate it. I had to hide like a lot of my the nose from blowing it.
Yeah.
Like, no, it's the red. It's like you get the red. And mine's like
chapped.
Yeah, it's chapped all over the place.
If you were to look at this live stream and you're like, which one of these people have COVID? I think everybody could vote that they would assume it's me. I just say you're looking very put together, and I feel like I look like I have every disease. So
I curled my hair. I was like,
you're going with every disease.
Yeah, like I got a sweatshirt. I'm hiding it. Like I got.
You don't look sick.
She's wearing tie-dye.
I mean, I'm not well.
That's
mentally.
Is anyone well in 2023? Let's be honest.
No.
Mentally.
You know, what's so funny about that, Kristyn, you bring that up because I did announce this morning that I am not going to cover politics anymore. I'm just not going to do it.
Not good for your mental health.
I can't stand it anymore. I was talking to a neighbor of mine last night, and he said, I don't know how much more of this I can take. He said, people just hate one another right now, and it's really hard to watch that on television all the time.
Well, and people, it is, and people don't like the candidates no matter what. And my mom, who doesn't like to talk politics at all, she's just like, I just don't want to discuss it. It gets her all stressed out. She's like, that DeSantis is an asshole, and like Donald Trump, oh my God, what is he doing? Like, just like a hot mess. And she would never even discuss them at all normally. And I think she's just like, she's just so done.
I do have a question, but they all appear to be assholes to me. I mean, both sides, like, this is what you got, really?
Well, yeah. I mean, either side, you're not really getting like it's not like we're getting like grade A candidates on either side. So
it's not cream of the crop.
No, it's not cream of the crop. And I don't really know what cream of the crop means anymore in politics. So it's like.
Yeah, we're kind of like cream of the middle right now.
Cream of the middle?
We're getting,
cream of the wheat.
Cream of the wheat. And Chris, my mom's a lot like yours, where I remember, I think it was last year, my stepdad was trying to stepdad, that's weird to say. Her husband now.
Stepdaddy?
Right. Well, because anyway, not the point.
I do that. I go my dad's wife because she's not
my mom's husband. Wanted to brought up politics as we're all sitting at the table, and she just stops the conversation. No.
Good.
We're not doing that today. We're going to talk about nice things, and we're not getting into those things. So I feel like that's how a lot more people are.
Tevin, did you go, you're not my real dad, and run off?
Dad. Like, what was it, the stepbrothers, where he's like, I'm not going to call him dad, not even if there's a fire.
Run out of Thanksgiving dinner, screaming, crying.
Fancy sauce.
So, Alex, do you have a voice now?
We'll see.
Oh, my goodness. Would I answer for her and say, no? Are you okay?
And as Alex sick too?
Oh, Andy's not in the studio to turn her mic on, so he'll be back in a second. But in any case, we just, I decided we were with the kids Friday, Saturday, Sunday, no, my screen just went black. What is going on in there?
It's chaos because it's Monday.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, now it just popped back on. So that's good. Where did Andy go? You know which one? I don't know which one it is.
I just saw a hand in Tevin's screen.
But Andy just got here 39 minutes ago. Where could he have possibly gone?
Maybe he had to.
I love the chaos of this moment. Like, we lost Andy. Alex has no voice. I have COVID.
You have COVID? Welcome to the club. Well, I don't have COVID. No.
Tevin just runs away.
Are you sure you don't have COVID? Because I thought I had a head cold. I'm just saying.
I can't hear myself.
Well, I don't have a screen either, so I don't know what the
There's a lot going on. I can't hear you either.
You gotta turn up.
My headphones.
You turn it up.
Suddenly.
I'm like, are you sure you don't have COVID?
We'll try some other headphones because I can hear you just fine.
Hear anything? What's happening?
That's where the hell is Andy?
Mackerel! I'm so sick of these stupid lights.
This reminds, you know what? This is what I want to tell everyone, because there's a little bit update of like the possible Office reboot, and they're looking for. It's not going to be a reboot, so they've ended the story. They've ended the chapter of The Office. Greg Daniels has admitted that he's looking for something like within the Office universe. So he's thinking like maybe the documentary crew will come in and focus in on a different industry or a different type of thing. And I'm like, this is what they need to do. They need to focus on the Tom Barnard morning show.
Oh my gosh, we could have a reality show for
totally.
Sure.
Oh, there's no question about that. Yeah. No. Oh, here comes Andy.
Why don't we pitch it and sell it, you guys? Because I don't know.
I'll say, you know who to talk to. So we'll work something out. We'll put together a pilot and you can help us navigate the LA scene.
I can't wait to have a camera crew follow me into my closet every morning with my cat.
There you go.
And then they're all wearing masks because I have COVID.
Alex, can you hear now?
Yes.
Oh, you can hear now. So everything's good.
It.
Everything's good.
I can't talk, but I can hear.
Oh, you sound a lot better than you did yesterday, though.
Yesterday, I was like this all day long.
She was all day long.
I've been losing my voice for 5 days. I've never been like sick.
Mm-hmm.
I've been losing my voice for 5 days. Yesterday, it was like almost totally gone. And then it started kind of coming back last night, and now this is where I'm at. I don't know. I have no idea. And then I'll sometimes have like coughing fits because my throat's just so dry that I'll like breathe the wrong way. But I'm like, I'm not sick. I haven't felt bad.
Well, there you go. Who knows what it is?
I don't know.
So we got about 7 various diseases on the show today. That's
Me too. You know your beekeeper spray. Have you used that?
Oh yeah, the
propolis.
So propolis, whatever.
Propolis is like the best stuff. I use it for everything before speeches, when I'm sick. It's the best stuff.
My mom, I talked to her yesterday. I'm on the phone and I'm like, Mom, I don't have a voice. I don't think like they had a family gathering and I was like, I don't think I should go because when I talk a lot, I start coughing. It's this whole thing. And she was like, don't you have a lozenge? I was like,
thanks, Catherine.
Oh, I totally should have just used a lozenge.
I do. Okay.
What? Why did I
she's
think
got a
of
lozenge.
this? That was like the whole time I was.
I have a green tongue.
You have a green tongue. Why?
Because I have a lozenge.
Oh yeah. See,
I don't cough while I'm speaking.
I'm like, it helps for 30 seconds.
I know. I always think it's so silly. Like,
why
what am I
bother?
doing here?
I don't know.
Just have to eat an entire bag a day. That's it.
Just constantly.
You got to put a big one in your mouth, and then just your whole segment, just suck on it.
Yeah. Just fuse it, melt
And
it.
then, and also do the propolis and hot tea. Those are like
I've been having so much tea. I've been drowning in tea.
It'll
But it
get
was
you
like,
through.
the whole time I was violently ill when I was pregnant, people would be like, "Have you tried ginger?" I was
Drink
like,
some ginger ale.
okay.
You're like, no, that's the last thing I'm going to try.
Like shutting up.
Right. Or what's the tea? The throat coat?
You can't do that when you're pregnant.
I've gone through a whole box of throat coat having this thing, but there's so many teas that they're like, please call your physician when you're pregnant. And I'm like, why would you call a physician about being pregnant? And like, can I have this tea? Like peppermint tea. My mom, when she was pregnant, they were like, you can't have tea. What?
Yeah.
Did you?
It's ridiculous.
When you were pregnant, did you call? And I guess Brittany and Kristyn, did you guys call your physicians when pregnant?
I didn't even
actually?
have a physician, so no.
Because I feel like that's such a weird. Consult your physician. Like, how many phone calls do they actually get?
There are a lot of people that do, and there are a lot of people that get really weirded out about.
So I was a geriatric pregnancy, so I had to, at the tail end, I had to go in every week anyway. So I was just like,
what's a geriatric pregnancy?
It's when you're old.
Oh, because I was gonna say, I always feel like that's like, isn't that something to do with shaking uncontrollably?
No.
What? When they say somebody's geriatric?
Only shaking was these bad boys.
Okay, never mind.
And the only kids I've had are kittens, so.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't sure, so I didn't want to exclude you.
I was like, I chose not to have kids. I decided to have fur babies.
Yeah.
Which is, I heard, pretty painful to push out.
Oh my God, like having a litter of kittens versus one baby is crazy.
Well, and like Brittany, you probably had a little bit more like concern stuff during your pregnancy because you had a longer road to get there.
They were like, hey, you have to show up once a week because you're geriatric and you got COVID. So do you want to show up twice a week? And I said, please don't make me do that.
I remember you having COVID when you were pregnant. Everybody was like freaking out about everything. And you're like, I don't know.
I know, it was terrifying. But yeah, we were at the doctor's a lot. We got to see a lot. And then they just kept telling us that she was hairy and that she had big lips. And I was like, am I birthing a Kardashian? Like every time they would do it, the view, I was like,
hair in like the ultrasound?
Yeah. See it like floating.
Interesting.
It's called vernix, right?
No, vernix is like
the other
gunk
thing.
that they're born with.
What's it called? It has like some special name.
Lanugo.
Lanugo.
Yeah.
I was bald until I was 2. There was not a hair to be found.
I was super bald.
I was bald until I was 2. And, it was before they used like, now they have like all like the wrap around the head and they'd Velcro, like all this stuff. My mom was scotch taping bows to my head.
Yeah.
Like we have photos of like a little piece of tape and a bow. So my mom had me in a dress like every day. They'd be like, she's a girl.
Good job, Renee.
With that.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Nothing. I got to tell you something, Kristyn, and I talked about it earlier. I was very disappointed because I'm a big Charlie Day fan. I thought, oh, Kitty.
She's here.
You thought, oh, Kitty.
There's Kitty.
There's my baby that I birthed.
Charlie Day just wrote, directed, and started a movie called, I think, Fool's Paradise. Is that what it's called?
Yep.
First 15 minutes, Kath and I were just laughing like mad. The movie hit the wall and was not funny at all for the last hour and 10 minutes.
I hate when that happens.
What? I had higher hopes. I thought he was very, very, very funny guy. And remember the movie? What was the movie we had again? Being There.
Oh, the old one where it was a silent. They didn't talk.
Yeah, well, the guy didn't talk until the very end. Well, Charlie Day doesn't talk in the movie until the very end of the movie, and he says 4 words. That bit's been done like 5 times now. You know, I was really hoping it'd be a lot better because I really like him. I like all that stuff. What's the name of that show that he does again? The TV show.
Always Sunny.
Always Sunny in Philadelphia, right? Exactly. I love that show. So I just thought, you can only go so far with the "I'm not talking" thing, and it's not funny anymore.
I'm sorry, I'm trying.
Yeah, see, there you go, Alex, faking it out, faking up a storm.
Not every actor has a winner every time out at the box office.
I know, but I really, people you really like, you're really pulling for them. But on the other side of it, episode 3 of Bass Reeves was amazingly good.
Last night, yeah. Did you like it?
Oh God, that guy's good. What's his name? The star of it?
David Oyelowo.
David Oyelowo.
Mm-hmm.
He is just terrific. The whole damn thing is written. That Taylor Sheridan can write a movie and a book and a TV show and whatever.
I mean, he knows his genre very well, and like he's not sort of veering off of that. And I think that that's what's really smart because that's what's hitting for Paramount Plus. It's keeping the network alive.
Yeah.
And God forbid anything happens to Taylor because he better be mentoring someone behind him. Because honestly, he's propping up an entire network right now. Yeah. And I better imagine things are super busy because, you know, he had 148 days on strike and couldn't be writing. So it's kind of interesting. Like all of a sudden now he has to catch up on all of his shows. He's got to wrap up Yellowstone. There's a lot to do.
You know, episode 3 was different because episode 1 and 2, there were a lot of big ends in it, but there weren't any in episode 3. I think you kind of want to, you've made your point. Now let's wander away from that, shall we?
We don't need the racial slurs, maybe.
Even though they're from 150, 200 years ago, whatever the hell that time period is. But yeah, his stuff is just fantastic. But if you have not seen Bass Reeves, watch it. It's really good. Catherine loves it. I mean, you know, is it kind of weird? Do you and your husband like the same TV shows?
Not at all. See, he'll watch my stuff. I won't watch his stuff.
Really?
He likes a lot of like Marvel Universe,
oh God,
Star Wars.
Couldn't
so I'm always like, enjoy it all on your own. And he'll stay up till 4 a.m. watching it. And I'm like, I'm going to bed.
I understand completely. I don't know why it is, but Catherine and I tend to like the same kind of movie. I mean, she's probably got a couple of shows she watches that I don't.
Here's what happens, Dad. It just takes you so long to find anything that you will watch.
That's true.
Anything that you slightly enjoy. She's like, yes, it's fantastic.
What do you mean?
Okay. How do we break it to him, guys?
I got tons of stuff I like.
I watched 4 minutes and it was the worst show ever.
The first 15 minutes were great. Everything else after that sucked.
You mean like Charlie Day's movie Fool's Paradise?
Well, apparently everyone hated that one.
So that movie's terrible. It's literally terrible. And it really broke my heart.
I'm scared to ask, Kristyn, but did you find time to watch Gen V?
No, I slept all weekend. I know. I thought about you. I was like, Tevin's going to kill me. But I was like, I didn't watch any TV because I just couldn't. Yeah. I slept like 20 hours a day. But I'll be catching up this week. But ask me at the end of the week because I've got interviews tomorrow and Wednesday that I have to prep for. So I won't be able to watch TV. So
there you have it. All right. Another magnificent report from the ill, I thought.
Yeah, I know. It's like from the like infirmary closet, and I don't know what's happening in the studio with
I don't either.
Alex. But
who knows?
This show is pure chaos for Monday. It was perfect.
Oh, we'll talk to you again tomorrow, sister.
You bet. Take care.
Thanks a lot. Kristyn Burt, ladies and gentlemen, take a break. Be right back. Wrap things up right after this.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the Air Dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine,
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation, 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take personal care dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody been flying a lot lately?
No.
Nope. Apparently airline tickets are not exactly cheap right now.
I have not been flying lately, but I have been looking at flight things lately because I have to go to Chicago in February with Fawn for a dance thing. We have to go to Orlando this summer for a dance thing, coming to visit you. It's like, I don't know how people afford to fly.
Isn't it?
Like,
I heard like the cheapest one's like $800 now or something.
Yeah, like 700 is like
700?
pretty standard for a flight to like anywhere.
That's a lot of money.
Like, okay, I'm gonna look up how much it costs to fly to Chicago. Like a 45-minute flight.
Okay, good. I'll read a little bit and then you can tell me you got it. Dear Delta, United, and every other major airline, please make this mistake again. I need to buy my tickets home for the holidays soon. An airline in China called China Southern had to scramble last week after they accidentally started selling plane tickets for $1.37.
Oh, whoops. Buy a few of those.
Yeah, but in China, they don't have to hold their word. They go, yeah, that was a mistake. Get out of here.
Yeah,
I think they honored it.
Did they?
Yeah, when I read that article, they were saying that they honored it.
Huh.
Which I think that's surprising. I would think
That's
that
very surprising.
any company, especially because if you would have filled the whole plane with people paying $1.37, you just lost a ton of money.
Yes.
A lot. There was a glitch in their app that extended to several ticket booking platforms as well. Tickets were priced between $1.37 and $4.12, and a bunch of people scooped them up. It's not clear exactly how many tickets sold at that price, but word quickly started to spread online, and they didn't fix the glitch for 2 hours, so more than just a few tickets. The same type of thing happened to an airline in Japan in April, and all those tickets got canceled. See, Japan said, no, we're not doing that. So you'd think the same thing would happen this time, but no. China Southern put out a statement saying the tickets are all valid and passengers can use them like they normally would.
Crazy.
That surprises me.
Well, I mean, for them, maybe the long-term effect of, hey, we did this, we made a mistake, but we honored it. So look how good of a company we are. And popularity.
Yeah.
What were you looking up, Alex?
Hang on, I'm compiling.
Oh, you're compiling information?
Information.
All right, I'll just keep moving forward. That's all you can do when, compiling information, all the rest of it.
But I mean, airline prices also are, I think, overpriced in general. Because in COVID, when nobody was flying and magically all the prices came down because they just needed people to fly and they were still making money off their flights. Not like they were losing.
Awesome. And the flights were like half full because people were so freaked out.
Yeah, I got this round trip for $100 to go to Florida,
The
yeah,
golden
absolutely.
age of flying was during COVID.
The golden age of flying.
They're also having a lot of problems with staffing, so that might be a big part too. Is like they've had to cancel so many flights due to staffing issues. So I'm sure they're like, we need to pay people more.
Yeah, I suppose. Oh, Brittany, they wrote an article about you today.
Oh, it's the most beautiful woman in Eden Prairie.
That's exactly what it says. No, it says Brittany Arneson will have 26 cookies, 12 slices of pie, and 13 cupcakes over the holidays.
You mean like one holiday?
Like on a weekend?
That's just Thanksgiving.
What are we talking?
26 cookies on one weekend.
Dang-a-lang.
That's a little seems a little low.
Yeah, like 20. It depends on the cookie.
Yeah, that's true.
I suppose. All right, what do you got, Alex?
Okay. Nothing's really working.
Oh.
I tried to do Google Flights on my computer. So a flight to Chicago, like the weekend I have to go in February, is $258
Well,
for
that's not
one
bad.
person for coach.
All right.
It's not all that bad.
That's not terrible. Which, although it used to be like $80.
It was $80, yeah.
So
Take the megabus with Fawn.
she'd love that. We both would love that.
You would love that. You guys would love that.
So the whole thing that's frustrating about when you're looking up flight prices, I'm looking up going to Orlando when we're going to Disney World with you.
Right.
Sun Country has their flight, whatever. It's like $383. And you're like, oh, that doesn't seem that bad. But then by the time you pay for like your overhead, you pay for your seat there and back, it ends up being the same as everything else. Yeah.
I know.
It's like everybody, I don't know. So if we're not going on like a discount airline, $723 is the lowest price for one ticket to go to Orlando. And that's on a green date, like a cheap date.
Yeah, nope.
Yeah.
I'll drive.
Yeah. It's
Unbelievable.
nuts. I am going to end up driving to Chicago.
I
Between getting 2 tickets, having to rent a car.
Yeah.
And then you're out like $1,000 just for transport.
And with Sun Country right now, they're saying you have to check in like 3 hours early. It's something like that. If you're checking a bag, it's wild. They won't let you check a bag very early, kind of thing. And sometimes it's automated process, so they're having people check in, I think, 3 hours early.
No,
that's wild.
I am like a last call.
Yep.
I'm getting on the plane. Everyone else is sitting, and I'm like, all right.
I have flown with you. The lackadaisical nature of like, let's come as late as possible gives me anxiety, but I love it.
Like
go ahead. And I had my kids when I flew with Brittany, and she's like just by herself doing her thing, and she's like frazzled, and there was like a whole thing with your name change at the gate, and you were like, you go, I'll meet you there, it'll be fine, and I was like, I'm just gonna get a juice and we'll just hang out, and like I just sat there, and you were like, what are you doing? And
I was like, you are so cash. My family is like, get there an hour early at least and then wait by the gate, and you're like, let's go get some lunch.
When we were kids, we'd always get there like 2 hours early, and we'd be at the airport just sitting around.
I'm like, who wants to sit? I have to sit on this tube flying through the sky for hours. I don't want to come here and sit. No.
That is going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. We shall talk to you tomorrow, but coming up next, the family.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw and Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years. But I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw and Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN fat loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings, or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
Why should your business bank with North American Banking Company? Here's Landon and Gavin Miller of D&B Plating.
I've always been impressed with their speed of answers to our questions, and that has allowed us to expand and capitalize on opportunities in the market.
North American Banking Company has never made us feel like a number. They've always treated us as a partner.
For more information about North American Banking Company, go to nabankco.com or stop by any one of their Twin Cities locations. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
The Tom Barnard Show is proud to have partners like North American Banking Company, Bradshaw and Bryant, and attorney and advertiser Dave Bielke.
I've been advertising on Tom Barnard shows for years. I like Tom, not just because he's a good guy, but because the ads I run on his show bring me new clients that are hurt at work and need legal help. Tommy B works for me.
If you'd like to find out more about growing your business with the Tom Barnard Show, go to tombarnardshow.com, keyword partner.
Trade shots. Yummy.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the family with
Tevin Pittman,
Alex Brandt, Bernard Rasmussen.
Yeah.
Co-host Catherine Brandt.
Andy Brandt Bernard.
And Kostaki Economopoulos. How are you, sir?
Good morning, kids. How are you?
How's it feel to talk to winners?
Here we go.
Strong open.
We don't get to say that often.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I was at the game yesterday, seeing my Falcons, fumble away another chance to win. It was mixed feelings. It was great to see my brother and run around in the beautiful Arizona sun. It was cool. It's a cool scene there. Some tailgating and some. It was nice. They have this area called the Great Lawn where all these people set up their tents and grill out.
It's not.
Sorry, hold on. I have technical difficulties.
Volume down, please.
It says unmute.
It's this thing.
There we go.
Sorry, another thing.
Nana blew it yet again.
I didn't change the settings on the computer.
Typical.
I don't know who does it.
Typical.
Tevin, is it you?
I sneak in here when everybody's gone and
Change all your settings.
It's Edward Snowden of the.
Give me way too much credit.
All right, we're back.
Sorry. We're good now.
The big news from the weekend of college football is Michigan's Jim Harbaugh suspended from coaching the remaining of the regular season games for stealing signs. I got a lot of questions about this, but my first one is, can we get the Falcons coach to steal some signs? That would be great.
Well,
I'm not even sure the Falcons have signs. They might be impervious to this kind of cheating. If the Falcons have a sign, it's probably slow children at play.
Not bad, Pally.
It's probably warning, choking hazard. These are the signs. I need a sign for my apartment that says "Root for a better team." That would be good for me. Yeah. So the Falcons coach's dad founded FedEx. Do you know this?
No.
And the owner of the Falcons founded Home Depot. How long does it take for the Falcons to deliver a rebuild? What does it happen?
Good call. Again.
Let's do it.
Yes.
Arthur Smith's dad owns FedEx. I wish he owned Mayflower. Time to ship this team far, far away.
Get out of here.
We had another ugly primetime game last night. Goodness gracious. New York is a city that never sleeps. And, of course, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But when the Jets play the Raiders, it combines to, I haven't slept and I don't care what happens here.
I understand.
I know it's borderline anti-American to cheer for a Patriots loss in Germany on Veterans Day weekend, but I think my grandpa would forgive this one. It was fun to see them lose. Thank goodness the Patriots did better in Germany in 1944 than they did on Sunday. Huh?
Oh, see? The Patriots. I like it.
It's a shame Bill Belichick loses in the one country that might appreciate his sense of humor. Right? Germany, Belichick's considered one of the great comedians.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a very famous German comedian.
My dad.
Travis Kelce's in Argentina seeing his girlfriend. That's a good choice. I find relationships do well when the partners are willing to go south for each other. Right?
Hey. Oh, see.
Come on, Catherine. That was a boyish one.
By coincidence, as you were delivering that, I got an email sent to me. I arranging a radio tour for extra correspondent Megan Wright. She's talking to Taylor Swift and Travis Is it Kelsey or Kelsey?
Kelsey.
Travis Kelce, and they're in Argentina. That just popped up on my screen just now.
That's probably
I know. She came to some of his games. Now he's going to some of her big shows all over the place. I guess they're definitely a thing.
Power couple.
Yeah. We had a ton of close games this weekend. Also, the Jaguars watched the Niners play. So that was nice. Jacksonville House Cats would have put up a better fight than the Jaguars. Yeah, at least the Niners would get some scratches or something. The Giants have become the Washington Generals of the NFL. Every game is just entertainment at their expense. The Cowboys could have started Meadowlark Lemon at quarterback and done that water bucket confetti trick with the Gatorade cooler. Everyone loves that. That's fun.
Do you think anybody under my age knows who Meadowlark Lemon even is?
Is that too obscure?
See, they don't even know who that is.
No? Oh, I thought that was.
I loved it.
It was on Scooby-Doo and everything.
The Harlem Globetrotters.
No. I'll say I'm familiar with the bucket with confetti, but I didn't know. I couldn't tell you who his name is.
Yeah, I don't know.
But do you know? All right. Do you know Harlem Globetrotters? The basic premise.
I had a pair of their shorts that I wore all the time.
You had Globetrotter shorts?
We went to go see the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah, when we were I was 12, I think.
And I was just I thought it was the coolest thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was so fun.
Yeah.
Because they were the most garish, ridiculous basketball shorts, and they were humongous on me, and I wore them all the time.
Yeah. That's a hilarious thing to buy when you're a kid is shorts at an event.
Basketball shorts. Yeah. I know. They were red and white stripes. Like candy cane, and then they had giant blue stars up the side. It was awesome.
I love that.
Yeah.
Speaking of garish, can you see the shirt I'm wearing? Look at this ridiculous shirt.
I was going to say something, but chose not to.
Oh, your name's even on it. All right.
This was a gift from the producer that did my show on Thursday. It's he became a friend of mine, and he knew I was going to the game, and he gave me this shirt. It's personalized. It says Kostaki on it, and I wore it all yesterday. It was great.
Yeah, it looks like you're going bowling.
Yeah, you just need a whistle or something.
It's ridiculous. It was fun to have on and run around. There were a lot of Falcons fans there. I was surprised. I didn't expect. I guess when you're in Arizona, there's not a lot of the local tickets aren't a huge thing. It's funny when we first started looking for tickets. I don't know if I told you this last week, but the package for drinking and eating before the game started at $150. The tickets started at
money.
Yeah, the tickets started at 13.
Oh. What?
not a big ticket item. This Cardinals Falcons matchup, not what everyone's been waiting to see. That was fun though. I think the Giants need maybe like a puppy bowl every Sunday, something to watch while the game is on.
We like the puppy bowl.
Yeah.
Well, Fawn asked if one of our dogs could be in the puppy bowl this year, and I was like, no.
Well, they're not puppies for one, and
Well,
we
I was
already
like,
own them.
yeah,
for two,
I know. It's like they need to
so-
be dogs that need a home.
Yeah.
We had the whole conversation about what that means.
Right. Oh, that's funny. Saints wide receiver Michael Thomas threw a brick at a construction worker's truck and roughed him up.
What the hell is wrong with people?
I know. You think he was throwing bricks? You should watch the Falcons highlights.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. The charge was simple battery, which is a funny phrase to me, as opposed to complicated battery. Like if you built a Rube Goldberg device with a marble that rolls down and sparks a lighter that burns a string and a catapult launches a brick. That's complicated battery.
Yeah, that's how Pee Wee Herman expresses his rage. It's not the breakfast machine; it's the battery machine.
Aaron Rodgers said it'll be a few fortnights. He likes to let you know when he learned a new word, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
He doesn't trust big science with their fancy days and hours of measuring things. Fortnights, 4 and 7 months from now. What? 4 sounds like a lot for the Jets. I'll take the under.
Ooh.
The real question is, can they score 4 times in the next 87 years? It's not looking good. You can rewatch Bears Panthers Thursday night game if you on NFL Plus. If you hate yourself. Anyone who clicks on that game, emergency responders should immediately go to their house. That's a cry for help.
Something wrong.
Seriously wrong.
Losing builds character, they say. Well, the Panthers have built more characters than Stephen King. It's
ooh,
and none of them are scary. Is the book Misery about being a Panthers fan? All right, this could be the closer.
This could be the closer.
The Carolina team should call themselves the Cougars because Cougars can score when they want. That's a better situation.
God.
I always like when you warn us. This is about to be a good joke.
Yeah. I mean, it could be. I did say could, Andy. You never know.
That's always could.
You got to leave the door open.
Yeah.
But your team won. Congrats.
Yeah, it looked really good.
Look at us.
The Pasternaut is going to save the season.
Yeah, I tell you what, that kid's got some talent. There's no doubt about that. I don't know if we're going to hang in there. Or we're going to discover maybe how to stop him, but he's looking really good right now.
He's got moxie. Mm-hmm. He's smart and quick, and he's got a fun combination of things, man. He's fun to root for. Yeah.
It's true. Well,
he's not playing my team. I like him.
We're calling you again next year. We'll talk to you again next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Sign me up.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Kostaki Economopoulos, ladies and gentlemen. So what's new?
Well, I was going to say to Kostaki, because it's football related, but the teacher that I work with is a big Packers fan. And so I've had to I've wanted to, and I have been paying attention to what the Packers are up to because it's like she's a big fan. Like she has a Packers.
I know they're
thing behind her desk. Her like lanyard is Packers. She wears a Packers shirt every Monday after they win.
So she doesn't wear that too often.
I was gonna say she's actually wearing it today. She wore it last Monday though. And so now I check I'm like, how have they done this week? What's been going on?
Water cooler talk.
I can either be like, hey, they won, nice work, or like I just won't mention it anything today. But it's funny because the kids, they're some kids in our class that are Packers kids,
Mhm.
and then there are kids in our class that are Vikings kids,
Sure.
and they're already like razzing each other and stuff. And she's not the type of Packers fan that like if somebody's like school Vikings or whatever, she's like absolutely.
Mhm,
She's
sure, why
not
not?
like no, the Vikings suck. But like the kids are yelling at each other about like they'll be like go Packers, and they're like no, the Packers suck and stuff.
Mhm.
And she's like no, we're not doing this.
Yeah.
Like,
Kids will
you-
come up with any excuse
Oh,
to
yeah.
make fun of you for anything.
Yes.
It's true.
Like
But
they probably never watched a Packers game in their life, but
well, they just know that they're rivals.
Exactly.
And it's just like this is a thing that
It's
we
all
do.
it
It's like
takes.
Minnesotans.
oh yeah,
and
it's like when I was a kid. If you had
Wisconsin
did you have the Genesis or the Super Nintendo? If you had the one
Yeah.
I don't
Oh, yeah.
have, then Super Nintendo's for babies, but Genesis is for dumb jocks.
Yeah.
So-
Or
Yeah.
Xbox versus PlayStation.
Oh,
type
yeah,
thing.
absolutely.
Oh, I remember that big.
But
yeah.
even with the whole Packers versus Vikings, so I DJ'd a wedding this weekend, and it was the groom was a Packer fan, the wife or the bride was a Vikings fan, and so
Uh-oh.
the dad gets up in the middle of his speech and he tries so the Packers do like a "Go Pack Go" chant, and so he tried to get everybody to do "Go Pack," and then everybody yells "Skull" at the end to like merge the two.
Absolutely. Come together,
Coexist.
unity.
Nobody
What?
wanted to say the other.
Oh
like
my
That's
he
so
was like
dumb.
he had to be like, no guys, come on, it'll be a nice
See?
form
Oh,
of
man.
unity, and everybody was just like reluctantly saying.
Do you
no.
have any inner conflict being from Wisconsin and being a Vikings
No,
fan?
no, I love talking a bunch of trash. Like I don't. At the end of the day, I don't really care
Yeah.
enough to like, oh, I hate you because you're a Packer fan. But just
Mhm.
the friendly rivalry of talking a little crap to everybody.
You don't
is
feel
fun.
like you should have been a Packers fan since you're from
No, I find all Packer fans to be obnoxious.
Oh.
And so
Oh, there
I
you
could
go.
not-
Most
I
are.
love
Most
when they. I love when they lose.
I love when they.
Yeah, but after the game, we can all be friends.
Okay.
There are a lot of Packers fans in Minnesota now too, aren't there?
Tons of them.
Yeah, it's like half the kids that care about football in
Yeah.
the class are Packers.
Oh, really?
Because like my dad's from Wisconsin, my
Yeah.
mom's from
Yeah.
Wisconsin. I was
Yeah.
born in Wisconsin. And there's like a lot of that.
Mhm.
Like my grandma lives there, and so we're all Packers fans. Like I don't know, and it's like, and people just get so passionate.
Yep.
Yes,
about
they do.
football.
Well, and in
Sure
Western
do.
Wisconsin, because they are still under like Minnesota's TV market,
Oh,
so
Yeah.
they
right.
half the time they can't even see Packer games
Their own game. yeah.
unless they purchase NFL ticket or some special package. So yeah, a lot of people. There's not a lot of Vikings fans that live in Wisconsin, but
Seems
there's
like
more than you think.
short-sighted of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
You would think that it would benefit the whole state. The more fans you have,
Yeah.
yeah.
But
Mhm.
for news purposes, or like, well, it makes more sense for people right across the border to listen to Minneapolis
I
news.
suppose
So
that's true.
Because it's not far from St. Paul.
yeah,
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
I don't know. I think that we should all just be happy when it's a good game.
Yeah.
That's the thing
Interesting
that's-
for once.
That's the thing that's nice. It's like, yes, you love your team, and like other teams, just like let them love their team, and let's just
Right.
relax.
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
So Aaron Rodgers left, and the Packers just fell apart.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah. They have
That
a
sums it up.
young quarterback that they drafted that was supposed to be the next big thing. They traded
Yeah.
up to get him, and you heard Packer fans all the time, yeah, let Aaron Rodgers go. We're going to be just fine. We got this new Hall of Fame type.
Uh-oh.
And he has looked terrible to the point where the general
Wow.
manager came out and said, we're not sure if he's going to continue to play.
Those were big
the rest of the
shoes
year.
to fill.
Oh, yeah. You never want to be the guy that takes over for the old.
No,
And he went where, and he's not doing well.
New York.
Well, he
Jets.
tore his Achilles,
Oh, that's what happened.
and so he's
Oh,
been
okay.
out.
Okay. How old is he?
He's got to be like 38.
I think he's Dan's age, yeah.
You know that Megan Rapinoe.
Oh, Rapinoe?
Rapinoe.
Rapinoe.
Megan Rappin.
That hoe can rap.
Oh my gosh.
It's a good stage name. I gotta
That's
say.
Kevin, this is your drag
This
name.
is, oh my God. I'm gonna come out. I'm gonna sing a couple songs. Yeah.
Rapinoe.
We found Kevin's drag name.
Rapinoe.
Rapino.
Rapinoe.
It's
But
Rapinoe?
but we're, from this point forward.
I was
Rapinoe.
doing it phonetically.
I want to
Sorry.
see her rap.
Yes.
Great. Oh my god.
That's awesome.
Anyway,
I thought it was Rapinoe.
she's-
It's not?
she's
Well, Rapinoe is
Rapinoe is-
Rapinoe.
It's
acceptable. Rapino, I see.
Yeah.
Sorry. Anyway, she
Back
has,
to Rapinoe.
She has she's done now. She's had some injury,
Yep.
and she's in her late
Yes.
30s. It seemed, and did you know what she said about her injury? That she was an atheist, but her injury proves that there isn't a God.
What?
That's a very self-centered way of thinking.
You got to be a little bit of a rapping hoe
Yeah, you do.
to feel that you're that big of a
Yeah, for
narcissist
real.
that you can say it out loud.
Yeah. Did you pay attention to her before
Not
she
really.
retired? So she
no.
was about to retire. I think it was her last game anyway, or last season anyway. So she was almost done. But she was more known for, like she says, if you ever do some research on her, she says a lot
She's
about
rather-
Landis. She's a very polarizing.
Well, I think that's why I
divisive,
even know anything
Yeah.
about her is because she's been.
Well, she was
outlandish.
also a news darling for a while, of course.
Oh, but what's interesting, why I brought her up was because it seems like athletes in their late 30s,
yeah.
they get
I can attest to
very-
late 30s is when your body starts falling
very
apart.
bad injuries that end their careers most of the time. I mean,
Mhm.
that just, I mean, should be playing soccer in your late 30s that's pretty hard.
Yeah. Well, and especially now, athletes are training year round and they're getting
Yeah.
started at a much earlier age. Back in
Right.
the day, people were taking the off season was literally the off season and they worked a regular job if they had to, or they just sat
Right.
around and did nothing.
Well, according to this site here, the average age of being forced out in the NFL is 27.
That makes sense. That makes
Jeez,
sense.
that's
and,
so young.
and that's because there's a lot of people that will make it to training camp and then they're out of the league when they're 21, so it brings the average down. But yeah, there's not a lot of people that play past.
I feel
30.
like we are at like the pendulum is swung so severely in like all sports
For-
of like intensity
Yeah.
and training.
Yeah.
I mean, even like Fawn's dance, you know.
Now you have to be an acrobat on top of a dancer.
Yeah, like she's doing aerials at 7. I'm like,
Jeez.
what is? I know she's kind of like a tiny
I know.
dynamo.
I'm almost 40 and I still haven't done my first aerial.
Exactly.
There's still time. There's still time.
I know she was like, did you do aerials? And I was like, no, people didn't do aerials and dance. That was like a gymnastics thing when I
Yeah.
was,
Yeah.
well, but it's like, so Fawn does dance 2 hours and 45 minutes on Thursdays and then an hour on Saturdays. And then she does a duet for 30 minutes on Tuesdays. And they're like, everybody on her team kind of does like that same amount of dance. And there are people that do like private lessons every single week for acro and then private lessons every single week for like jazz and all this stuff. And I'm just like, how am I supposed to keep up with this? Like she's
Yeah.
already doing so much.
Well,
and then
that's
the people
true with any sport, right?
But
Hockey,
that's what I
football,
mean.
anything.
It's like it seems like, as Tevin was saying, like when I was a kid, people like had off time. They were like, "Oh, I don't do this for like 3 months. I just take a break and whatever." But
Yeah.
now everybody's constantly paying more money to do extra all year long
Yep.
in every sport.
Well,
And
the
I'm
thing
like,
about pro sports is that there's just so much money in it. They probably feel justified saying you are never off the clock because
Yeah.
we're paying you, what's the average NFL salary? Like $5 million a year for like even the lowest
Probably,
tier
yeah.
people.
Yeah, somewhere
Probably.
probably
So it's like
around
if you're making this much money to play football, we're gonna run you into the ground.
Yeah, well, even public perception, because when Kirk Cousins was on the quarterback documentary on Netflix, everybody found out that I think it's Tuesdays, he doesn't, or maybe Monday or Tuesdays, he doesn't do anything football related. He just spends time with his family. Him and his wife go on a walk through their neighborhood.
One day a week?
Yeah,
Wow.
I believe it's Tuesdays, but
Wow.
and he got a bunch of backlash. People were saying you're making $40 million a year and you have the audacity to take off one day. Like you should be studying your playbook. You should be blah blah blah. And it's
You
like,
got to have a mental
yes,
break.
let this man
physical break,
Physical, mental,
break.
yeah,
I mean,
spiritual
like,
break from it all.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, you're lucky it wasn't me because I got my first 40 million. I'm out.
right.
Bye.
See you later. See you later. Well, that's the thing. It's like, how are these people not get? I mean, well, and that's why people are getting so injured so much.
Yep.
Well, I
because
remember,
they're just overtraining.
Yeah, we've been friends with the Letieris forever, and Vinny Letieri is a professional hockey player.
Mhm.
In high school, he went away from he went to some other high school, to some hockey camp, high school thing
Yep.
for,
They go to like upstate New York to like training camps.
to get there.
when
I
he was
mean,
like 15.
competition is fierce. Everybody wants to be the professional, whatever. And if you don't have that edge,
Well, here's a good some good information to support that theory is so 2000 it looks like 7 or 6 there were 200 NFL players 30 or older. As of 2018 that number was down to about maybe 125.
Really?
So yeah, the people over 30 they're just getting out of the NFL.
Well, you
and
get
that's
beat up so
because,
bad.
they have to play so much harder.
Yep.
They have to train so much harder.
And they had the concussion when concussions kind of became big in mainstream media. There was a lot of players that were just calling it quits at 25 years old and retiring, saying, hey, I made a couple $1 million. Let me now save my body and my mind.
Yep. Not a bad idea.
Well, we just talked about the fact that Tommy Kramer, it's been reported, has had 14 concussions.
Honey, what?
You don't come back from that.
How do you even what?
Muhammad Ali and all those guys.
Mhm.
My God,
Yeah, all of them, that's
boxers
true.
get just decimated.
Have I ever had out of all of my stitches
must
on my
have,
face?
I would
must
assume.
have had one when I
No.
my eyebrow. Really?
I don't remember you acting weird
whacking,
after them, though.
Whacking
I
your
guess.
forehead, that's easy
Yeah,
to
this is
cut.
I suppose, but like this, I don't know.
Well, you were young, though.
Yeah.
When you're very young, it's difficult to get a
I've had
concussion.
stitches in my head twice, so
Yes.
that's why I was like, I must have
Cuts
I
are,
remember
cuts
one
are
of
different than a smash.
Well, I smashed my head on the ice. That's what.
Yeah, I remember
split
you were
my-
coming out of the barn, right?
That's
You
true.
slipped and then wham.
Well, this was on the truck step up
Oh,
thingy,
the truck, yeah.
and this was on the ice at school.
Yep,
You probably had a concussion.
Probably.
Or
Like
but
You go.
when you're very young, it's also different because your
You're more
brain is still growing.
pliable.
Mhm.
Yeah, but like if you get a concussion as an adult, that's permanent brain damage.
Well, like we have a cousin that they didn't know she was born with extra gray matter in her brain, and she had a
Which sounds
concussion.
like a good thing.
Yeah,
maybe.
like
Yeah,
extra,
smart.
Extra smart?
Extra
Yeah.
smart.
It's like an
and
extra
she-
chromosome. You don't want it.
She
I guess it's
fell.
not.
Yeah, she fell out of a chairlift when she was a kid skiing. Like
Oh,
not
yeah.
crazy bad, but she
Mhm.
ended up getting a concussion. It gave her epilepsy.
A kid. I thought it
Jeez.
happened when she was like 20 something.
I think she was a teenager.
like a teen. Yeah, she was
Teen-
like
yeah.
14, I think.
Huh? Was it that long ago?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a while ago. Yeah, and it was like if she hadn't had the concussion, they never would have known that she was born with extra gray matter and never
Mhm.
would have caused any problems. But this concussion, it's like concussions don't seem like that big of a deal because you hear about them so much, but they're
Mhm.
like a pretty serious
They can be.
situation.
Yeah. Because you're not supposed to go to sleep for too long.
Yeah, a
after
certain
you get
amount of
concussion
time.
and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's probably because maybe there's a possibility of a brain bleed when you have a
Yeah,
concussion.
like
Yeah.
there's a comedian that got a concussion and then fell asleep too short after, and now he has a very serious stutter.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that?
Oh, is that
Yeah,
I know.
Drew something.
he came to, so he was on America's Got Talent, and at the time I was working at the House of Comedy.
Drew
and-
Lynch.
Drew Lynch. There we
Yes,
go.
I was gonna say Lynch, and then I was like, is that wrong?
And Tammy, who's one of the owners of the House of Comedy, she emailed me. She said, "Hey, Drew Lynch is coming to the House of Comedy to do a guest set because he's in town performing at some big theater." And I was like, "Okay." And I had forgotten about it. He had come up to the box office, and I was sitting there. And he's like, "Hey, I'm here to perform," and has a stutter. And I remember, like, I didn't recognize him, and I was like, "Get out of here! Like, you ain't no way you're trying to go on stage."
Oh.
And 'cause I just totally and he was like, he's like, and he like says like, "Oh my gosh, this is the guy." I was like, I felt like such an ass. I was like, "Yeah, you're going on stage to
You
be
should
funny."
have
Yeah.
felt like
Oh, it was very
Sounds like
low
something
fun.
I would do.
yeah.
Like, okay, sir. Yeah,
Yeah.
me too. I'm going on stage right after you are.
Yeah, he's really funny though.
Oh,
But-
very funny.
Yeah, but it's because he had got a concussion, then he fell asleep.
Yeah, he was playing softball. He got hit in the throat, which damaged his vocal cords. And on the way down, he hit his head and got a TBI.
Oh,
So his voice, he's lucky he can talk at
my
all.
Who is
gosh.
this?
Drew Lynch.
Yeah. He's
Oh, yeah.
he has a bit because his wife has ADHD. And he talks
Oh
about
my
her having
God.
ADHD because like my friend sent me this thing and it's like about his wife found a squirrel that was stuck in a hole and
Oh,
she
yeah.
like made a ladder for the squirrel and she sent me this and she was like, is this an ADHD thing? Because I could see you doing this. I was like, I absolutely would make a squirrel ladder 100%.
I caught a squirrel free once from some like
Yeah.
webbing that it was stuck
It
in.
was a
like-
chipmunk.
Yeah.
Chipmunk.
Yes. And I went and got the oven mitts.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Don't want to get bit.
But she like
And the
wrote
scissors.
she wrote a note on the ladder and he was like, is that for the squirrel?
Mhm.
And she was like, no, it's so people can read it and know why the ladder's there. And like with his stutter, he was like, one time there was
funny.
a time where her ADHD and my stutter like created just a ridiculous
Perfect storm.
And he was like, I had a stutter. I was trying to say that I've been feeling really stressed, and it turned into I've been feeling really because they can like get stuck on
Yeah.
something for a
Yep.
really long time. And he's like, and she starts dancing like she's at a rave because I'm like,
Oh my God.
I'm like, that's pretty funny.
Nice job.
On that note, I gotta go. See you tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. You got to take off.
Hopefully, I'll sound less prepubescent.
Well, you
Yeah, it took me a
sound
while.
better today.
It took me a while. It took me. I sounded like that for about a week.
Yeah.
I'm on day 6, I think. It started last Wednesday.
Yeah,
So
so
when it started like kind of going away.
Another-
and then it
another
peaked
few days.
yesterday.
Where's that Lysol?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sick though. Like I don't know what it is. Anyway, toodles poodles.
We'll talk to you later.
Bye.
This is in the Star Tribune today. It's kind of interesting. We forgot our manners during work from home. How to relearn office etiquette. I don't think it's just office etiquette.
Pass.
I think it's flat across the board.
Yeah.
Boy, I tell you, everybody's been talking over everybody all day long today. I don't know what that is.
Okay, I
I have
didn't
not noticed this.
talk
Oh, God,
over you. I just said pass
everybody's talking over
on
everybody.
manners. That's all.
But no,
See?
go ahead. You take over.
Oh, Monday. Okay.
Ooh, Monday.
Monday.
No, I'm wondering if it's only in the workplace though. That since they've been working from home, they've forgotten etiquette, and the office is a problem. I think it's across the board. People are nowhere near watching etiquette the way they used to.
Oh, completely.
They couldn't care less about etiquette. So, is this ever going to come back?
I don't know. I think that I think manners are definitely on their way out because you can't confront anybody anymore about anything because you just don't know what everybody's little backstory is. And if you say something to somebody that's got an issue, then you're done. So it's just not even worth it.
Every generation and culture has their own definition of what manners are too.
Yep.
It's like, under the age of some age, like pulling chairs out for women, it's just not really a thing. But over a certain age, it's considered like if you don't do it, then you're rude.
Yeah.
For example.
Yeah. Or you even get like now where, because I think we were talking about it the other day, where if you open the door for somebody holding doors open, some people are like, that's rude.
Yep.
How is it rude?
Because it's like, you're saying I can't do it myself.
I'm not saying anything.
No, that's how they interpret
being
it.
polite. It's not saying anything.
I like polite.
Well, it's
I
like
like
I kind of
polite, too.
get, it's like, if you're, it's like, so someone much younger than you opens the door for you. It's like, do you feel old because of this? They're like saying, oh, here, grandpa, let me open that for you. Because, it's, and when you are very, very old, you do need that. But if you're not quite that old yet, and that starts happening to you, you're like, oh, am I getting old?
Well, why would you? Everybody internalizes every little tiny action in the universe nowadays. It's just like if somebody does something that they think is being gracious or polite, you don't need to examine their motivation. You just say thank you and move on with your day.
Well, Devin's got a story for you about a young kid that was, what, did they kick him out of school for it?
Oh, they banned him from all athletic games. He, like a middle school kid in California, he showed up to a game. So in football, they put eye black under their eyes, and it started out was just a straight line. And now people will do all these like warrior, whatever. And so he sees that on TV all the time, and he wanted to do it. So he painted pretty much his whole cheeks black with eye black. And then he had like a little chin strap, like put way too much on.
It looks like a beard, basically.
He's in middle school. So he's
So
probably
he's a dumb
12,
shit.
12-ish.
young middle school kid, doesn't know any better, whatever. No big deal. But he gets banned because everybody was trying to say that it was blackface and that he was being racist.
Well, apparently it was just the principal, I think.
It was the principal,
that started this. Like everyone at the game was fine. And then he goes home and they get a letter from the principal that it's like, oh, well, we have a lot of minority students and we can't have your kid putting blackface paint on.
Yeah. And we were talking about it earlier. Let me pull up the...
Okay.
It's just insane,
See,
isn't
it's
it?
the grown-ups that are the problem.
Well,
in this case, it seems like it was. Because I don't think I've seen a single comment supporting the principal's decision online.
No, I think you're right.
No.
It was just some like power-mad, petty tyrant.
Yeah. And Eric, one of the listeners, wrote in and he was saying he's Puerto Rican and he hates when white people try to stay on or get on his side and come to his defense. He tells them like, stay off my side. And I was like, yeah, like I'm the exact same. Like, you don't need the fake support and making big deals out of issues that aren't existing. He's a little kid.
Exactly.
He wants to be like his favorite NFL player that he sees every Sunday with a bunch of eye black on.
Yeah.
Let him live his life.
So Eric is Puerto Rican?
That's what he says.
Yeah, because the kid who put it on was Puerto Rican.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So I was wondering, so he is as well. Yeah. I just don't understand. What are we ever going to be able to get back? And it's our education system that's destroying this country.
Yeah, I'm very worried about.
There's a lot of real
I
bad
guess
schools
in
out there.
Brooklyn,
Yep.
there was a walkout, and the girls are putting on the face coverings and headscarves.
Like a pro-Palestine.
Oh, so now they're making fun of Muslims.
Pro-Palestine. They had a walkout protest in Brooklyn, New York, which is a heavy Jewish population, but it was organized by some taxpayer-funded
NGOs
organization.
always, every time.
I'm like, okay, so
well, I mean,
I'm sorry, but I don't believe that women should have to be veiled. I mean, if that's your culture, that's your religion, that's your business.
Right.
And what is very interesting to me is there was just a woman in, I don't remember, some Middle Eastern country who was stoned to death because she refused to wear the covering.
Well, to play
but when
devil's
I
advocate.
I went to the Islamic Cultural Center, they said that it was a woman's choice.
It depends on where you go.
It doesn't seem like it's a woman's choice in many
No,
areas.
it should be.
It should be, but it's like, okay, it's your choice, except for we'll stone you to death if you don't do it.
That's a big swing.
And so for me, as an American woman who gets to wear whatever I want and sees some stuff that women wear, and I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
That's so inappropriate in so many ways, but they can do it. It's fine. That's what you get to do. With freedom, you get to look as whatever as you want. But for people to be supporting a cultural tradition that, first of all, it's cultural appropriation.
Yep.
Secondly,
Which isn't
I
real,
do
but-
believe that it is not a feminist ideal to be shrouded.
Well, they don't care. They're just kids who want to get out of school. Like when I was a kid, if you had given me a sign that says, free Palestine and said, if you wave this around, you don't have to go to school today. I'd say, A, what is Palestine? And B, okay, I'll do it. Because I don't want to go to school today and I'm a kid.
I suppose.
The-
But a taxpayer funded organization that's providing this to students, there's
Well, yeah, of
something
course.
nefarious
They're
behind that. I think.
obviously trying to, shape public opinion
That's
by
where,
basically abusing children.
Yeah. So I like I said, and that's through a school. That's a school activity. It's just kind of getting a little scary to me.
No, I can understand that. I mean, none of this stuff makes any sense to me anymore. It just, would you leave everybody alone? And why did we forget? And I'm not taking sides here. I'm just stating fact, because I'm not Palestinian and I'm not Jewish. So I'm not taking anybody's side here. It was Hamas that attacked Israel first. Why is everybody forgetting that?
Depends on who you ask.
I've
Israel and Palestine have been fighting for much longer than anyone has been alive.
Oh, you got that right.
So you can't really say that anyone attacked anyone first at this point, because it's like it predates the written word, I'm pretty sure.
Well,
no, they're talking about in this particular conflict on October 7th. It
doesn't. But Hamas says that it's retaliation for Israel attacking them first. So
when did Israel attack them?
Like I said, many hundreds of.
Oh, so they're going all the way back a couple hundred years ago?
Yeah. Every region has it. Look at the Baltic states. They're all like, oh, yeah, your ancestors slaughtered my ancestors in the year 1400 something. So I still hate you.
Right. Well, that's even like when 9/11 happened, in the terrorist group response, like Al Qaeda or whatever, was like, oh, well, this is because we've been persecuted by the Christian whatever. Like they have an excuse for 9/11 and then we go in and attack. So it's kind of a similar situation over there where they're saying, yeah, this might have been the first big attack, but we've been, persecuted by the Jewish religion or whatever.
So basically, if that happened here, Catherine and I would be attacked because we're both half German. So we're responsible for World War II and the Nazis.
Well, halfway, 50% responsible.
do I get any credit from my dad fighting the Nazis?
Yeah,
well, and he was full-blooded German. Do I get a get out of jail free card?
Right. Yeah, I've never understood that. Then how far back does it go here?
It goes back as far as it takes for each side to make their point.
To make money?
Yeah.
Is that what you're actually saying?
It goes back as far as they need to go to justify their actions today.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
It's unbelievable.
I just think that you're always going to have a bunch of people in any society that just want to be violent. They just want to. They just are driven to be violent, and they're going to find any reason to be violent.
Well, the problem is too that they're not very bright. People who want to attack like that are not smart people. They're morons that are driven by one or two leaders.
Or they can be very bright and just be a warmonger.
I don't know about that. I haven't seen any. I'll tell you that.
There's been a lot of people that have conquered, and they've done a really great job.
Well, I'm just talking about the troops themselves.
Oh,
well, the people following the leadership, they probably aren't the brightest, but I think the people at the top are smart enough to understand how to get all of these people on their side and move forward.
Yep, and the dehumanizing others is step one, and that's what we're very busy doing.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's always step one.
I don't know. So we can never ever escape anything that's ever happened in the world, even though we weren't around for several hundred more years. We're still at fault. How?
Well, blame the people who will accept the blame.
Yeah, that's true.
Because ultimately, it's like there's always going to be evil people trying to manipulate people. You just kind of have to accept that. Blame the fact that someone can walk up to the average person and say, slavery is your fault, person whose ancestors weren't even here at the time. And they'll go, yes, you're right. I'm so sorry. They are the problem.
Yes, your great grandfather had slaves, so therefore I hate you and your entire family.
Well, there's also a lot of people in this country that none of my ancestors were even here until late 1800s.
Yeah, 1888, I think.
Yeah, I'm like fourth generation American, right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, so my people haven't really even been here that long, so I have absolutely no connection to it. But that doesn't matter to a lot of people.
No, and on my side of it, Andy, they're not only were they not here, but through those 3-4 generations you're talking about, they were poor as hell. They didn't have any power. I mean, it's a ridiculous argument. It's just, I don't know. I'm not trying to stir the pot here or anything, but is part of the problem that the Israelis are white?
I think, yes, that's a big part of it.
I think it's a big part of it. No, not all Israelis are white, but most of them are.
And so most people see.
It's just because they're white, they're the bad guys.
I mean, it's a lather, rinse, repeat. White person versus insert minority group here.
That's true. What there's another war going on right now. I don't know. I forget where
Sudan.
it is. Yeah, but it's two brown people, so no one has an opinion on it because they're afraid of being against the wrong minority.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't make the news because there's not.
It's too difficult to think.
Rally against the whiteys.
Yep, exactly.
That's the route we're taking now.
And I overheard somebody. I was out the other day, and there were the news broke, or not the news broke, but they were talking about the war, and they're like, "Well, whose side are we supposed to be on?" Like, that's not how this works. Gather the information, and
please.
Figure it out yourself.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah.
I still have. Who was that? Was Chevy Chase and Richard Pryor? Honky, dead honky. It was very fun because he went from colored to it kept getting worse.
Oh.
Yeah. So he went honky, dead honky. See, that's back in the day you could laugh about things. Remember how wonderful that was?
Yeah. Right. I mean, I've seen videos where people go into crowds of protesters, of pro-Palestine protesters, and they ask people, why do you think it's okay that that Hamas went in and murdered people at a music festival?
The colonizers.
And they said, what are you talking about? They don't even know about it.
Oh yeah, no.
Really?
Well, that's what I'm saying. These students that are walking out in support of, they don't know what they're supporting. They just know they're getting out of school.
Yep, that's true. I think
it's just it's absurd to me that you're willing to sit there chanting slurs against somebody and you don't even know what happened.
Well, it's the age-old argument of most of the boys are there because the girls are doing it, and the boys just want to get with the girls. So they're, and then the girls are doing it because their friends are doing it, or they think that their friends are doing it. It's basically just like it's a feedback loop of no one actually even knows what they're supposed to be believing,
right?
But they're there because everyone else is there too.
Yeah.
Well, one of the reasons why I hate groups of women.
You hate groups of women.
I hate groups of women is because all you need is one of them to cry about something, and then all the other women are, look at me do. And you can get them to do anything. Just one cry, baby. Just drives me crazy.
I suppose that's it. You know, it's interesting on the way to work today, Catherine. I actually left early because the sun came up at about 10 minutes to 7.
Oh.
I know.
Something like that. So that was it. So I left early.
The sun was out. I mean, that's great.
Yeah, but it's at 5:30. So
5:30. I think it's about 12:30.
I mean, it is dark at 5:30.
Oh yeah.
It's like it goes from daytime to midnight.
I know. I've seen this cycle 37 times now, and every year it surprises me just how quickly and just how dark it gets in the winter here.
It does.
So in the summertime, it's like it takes it so long for the light to go away, and it still feels brighter all the time. Yeah, it's dark now at 5:30.
So I left early because it was so nice out. It was really nice out this morning. It was a little chill in the air this morning, but now it's, what do we got? 50 degrees. So it's very nice. But I went for a drive around Lake Calhoun and
you cruise the lakes?
Yeah, I cruised the lakes. Well, this big bright sun was out, and all the leaves have changed. Now it was just spectacularly beautiful.
Oh.
And I went for a drive around that whole deal, and I was thinking about the fact that, and you and I talked about this the last couple of days, that I just don't want to cover. And what we're doing here is not political. This political thing, I'm sick to death of it. The far left and the far right battling, and everybody sucks and everybody's horrible. And oh my God, I hate your guts. I want nothing to do with that. I really don't. I thought for a while it was my job to talk about things like that, to, kind of get the public's opinion and try to maybe educate myself and other people. But it's just not worth it. It literally has gotten to the point. And I was talking, I don't want to say which neighbor it was, but you know which neighbor it was. I was talking to him last night, and he looked very depressed. And I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "I just can't stand the hate in the world right now. I can't stand it."
Oh, it is awful.
Can we get away from that hatred? What do you guys think?
I don't know. I open up social media, and I'm just absolutely depressed.
Really?
There was just a 17-year-old kid that was just killed by a mob of 15 to 17 kids in Las Vegas High School.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Why did they
Apparently
kill him?
somebody stole something from him. No, somebody stole something from his friend, and he confronted somebody and asked for it back. And so 3 of them started beating on him, and he didn't go down fast enough. So 15 more jumped on him, and he ended up in the hospital and died.
Honest to God, Andy, what is that?
This is in a flippin' high school.
I know.
In my high school, I never saw a fist fight. I saw a couple of windmills.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the windmill deal. Yeah.
Or they've never fought in their life, but they're just so mad.
And if anybody did something wrong, it was just scandalous. Yeah, it just was not.
Yeah, my high school, no one ever did anything as far as I know.
No, I remember you had a couple of bomb threat kind of things.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's just edgy kids being again, they want to get out of school. So it's if I don't want to go to school today, what's the best way to go about that?
Just the way we have dehumanized absolutely everybody. I think it's the grown-ups' fault. I think that we've been politicizing every tiny little thing.
And they do it for money. They don't care about the kids. They want.
Well, they do it for voting blocks.
Voting. Well, that is money.
Yep.
That is money. I just, and again, I'm not singling her out because she's, a lefty or a righty or whatever the hell she is. But Nancy Pelosi's worth $110 million. How?
Well, the leaders of all these countries that are, genocide left and right, they're billionaires. Their people are uneducated. Yes. They're poor, but we give them all of this money. America is part of the problem.
I did not know this, that the 3 main leaders of Hamas are all billionaires.
Yeah, because we fork over all this money because we think we're going to somehow bring peace and humanitarian aid to people, but that's just not how these people work.
They can buy better weapons with that kind of money.
Exactly.
All 3 of them are worth $3, $4, $5 billion. What?
I know.
I don't know. So yeah, but I honestly got had such a I was in a great mood. I got out of the car and I just said, they're doing it for money. Like apparently they're going after this new Speaker of the House because he's broke or so. I don't know what the hell it is.
He's either broke or not broke.
Yeah, he's either broke or not broke. We don't know
Whichever one is bad.
Well, what does that have to do with anything? Nancy Pelosi was stinking rich.
Well, that's the thing. It's like the average senator is worth millions of dollars.
Millions.
So it's like,
all they do is fundraise. They don't really hardly work.
No,
all they do is
about
fundraise.
money.
Yep.
And that's why, like I said, I thought, again, it was my job to kind of keep people on top of the issues and all the rest of it, but I can't do it anymore.
I don't think this circus
It's getting worse.
Yeah, has a ringleader anymore, to tell you the truth.
I can't believe people want to be there that angry. Well, our neighbor last night, he literally had this sad look in his face. Like, he said, Tom, I don't know what I'm going to do. I can't take this hatred much longer. It's just driving me nuts.
Well, you can either just pay zero attention to it, or you can take it in very small doses.
Yeah.
And try to practice the art of gratitude, I guess, because I don't know what else there is.
Yeah, be grateful for your own life. That's all you can do. Right.
Because there's not too many options.
I was literally thinking about you and the kids and the grandkids and our friends and our coworkers and all that stuff. I was thinking of all these wonderful people I'm surrounded with. I don't have many a-holes around me. I just don't. I mean, like the old day. Oh, so I'm the a-hole.
No,
I saw that look on your face.
I just got a little flash of. So we went over to my brother's yesterday, my brother's house, because we were having like a little.
It was wonderful
celebration and of different things and like a memoriam sort of thing. And anyway, Ethan comes running into the kitchen.
It's great.
They've got this open butcher block island thing with different vinegars and things underneath on a shelf. Ethan comes running in. I'm like, hey, Ethan. He looks at me, looks at the island, steals a bottle of red wine vinegar. And runs away. And I'm like, what is going through his little brain?
What are you going to do with that? Are you going to drink it?
What are you going to do? Why? He's just such a little psychopath.
He is.
He's so
out there.
funny and all of his energy. And Sage is outside playing ball for 2 hours with another cousin. I mean, it's just like, you know what? Little kids, you just have to be joyful of the day and just not let it.
But that's exactly, I think, why I was thinking that this morning, because we had Fawny over Friday night, stayed over. We just had a ball hanging out with her. It was great. And then Sage said, well, if she got Friday, I'm taking Saturday.
Yeah.
So then he came over, and Catherine and he played cards for about 7 hours.
Oh, my God. That kid in games.
He
I even
loved his
offered him
games.
TV. I'm like, how about some TV? I need a break from all this math.
But then we get together on Sunday, and all the kids were there. And I just.
And then the neighbors' kids came over. We had 5 kids, 3 dogs.
Yeah, we did.
I'm like,
It was a wonderful weekend. We thought we had nothing all weekend except for like a 2-hour period. Ended up being just jam full of family, and it was wonderful.
Yes.
It was so, and maybe that's what I was thinking this morning when I was driving around this beautiful scenery, a day that's going to be gorgeous, going to be near 60 today. And I don't want to be pissed off. I don't want to be a Democrat. I don't want to be a Republican. I don't want to be an extremist on either side. I want to live my life like this, like we've been living our lives. It's wonderful.
Right. You can, as you said, you don't have to be a Democrat or a Republican or whatever 24/7. Sometimes you can
Some people are, though.
You can just be yourself and enjoy whatever moment you're currently in.
Yeah, I miss the days when I didn't know the difference between the parties.
Exactly.
Oh, I have to look it up. Like, am I supposed to be lefty, righty, liberal, whatever?
Which is the elephant?
That's sort of the problem with this, new trend of gigantic government overlords over every tiny little thing. I mean, it's just in your face all the time because they've got control of everything.
It is literally in your face all the time. Well,
they were running big tech. Their fingers are in absolutely everything. You can't ignore them.
Yep.
I always thought I want government to be like Windows for your computer. Shut up.
Yep.
Let the thing work and just leave me alone.
Can I put parental controls on?
Just get away from me. How about that? With all your psychotic special interest crap.
But there's money in special interest. Once again, it's all about the money.
I know. And lobbyists, I think that should all just be dismantled.
Yeah, and it's everything. Because I remember when Minneapolis was going through should we charge you for plastic bags at the grocery store type of thing? And if you're like, if you'd be like, oh, I don't think we should get charged, or oh yeah, we should go to paper. It's better for the environment. Well, you lefty, this you. And it's what? No, I just think we should use paper instead of plastic.
Edina just passed that. Yeah. That you have to pay the 10 cents for the plastic bag, and the city council person that was all for it, I don't know what her name is. Her quote was, "You got to make it hurt for people to change." It's like, so thank you, government person that wants to make it hurt. Thank you. That's your job.
Right.
Is to make everybody miserable and pay more money.
So in other words, she's saying you're going to do what I tell you to do.
Exactly.
That's what she's really saying.
Exactly. Yeah. Most people bring their own bags in.
Yeah, they
Every
do.
once in a while you forget one, and you've got something drippy. You're buying some hamburger or something. You don't want a paper bag.
Right.
And I reuse my plastic bags, or I recycle them.
Oh,
leave me alone.
Underneath my sink is just filled completely with plastic bags that have used over the years, or now it's getting filled with paper bags. But it's not going to end up in a landfill. They're under my sink.
Right.
Do you think we'll be able to recover from all that? I mean, there is some heavy anger out there and hatred. Can we get away from it?
I really don't know. I think as long as everything is all about politicians, no, I don't think it's ever going to change, because they've figured out how to run the circus, and everybody's just running around in circles around the ringmasters right now.
So then what I would do is what I did. I was around a 2-year-old boy, a 5-year-old boy, and a 7-year-old girl, and my family, our children, my wife. It was heaven. I talked to you about this last night. Honest to God, Andy, that was like being in heaven yesterday. Just everybody was happy. Everybody's getting along. Everybody's having a ball.
Didn't realize heaven involved so much wiping up of fluids.
Yeah, well, you've got a 2-year-old.
Yeah, 2-year-olds are pretty much just walking disasters.
Yes, they are.
Him grabbing that red wine vinegar and running away was hilarious.
I know.
I know. This is what I'm going to do right now.
I'm going to steal this.
Well, yeah, it's like Abu getting the gem in Aladdin and running away with it. It's like it's a bottle of red wine vinegar.
Well, it's shiny and pretty, I guess.
Yeah.
What I loved about also yesterday, now Catherine is sitting about 12 feet away from me, because on the screen it looks like nobody could tell how far away you'd be or whatever. But Ethan would be sitting there on the couch, and he'd be looking at you, and then all of a sudden he'd look over at me and he'd go, "Bop bop!" Just out of nowhere, he'd look over it.
I'm like, is he
Bonnie?
Yep.
That's a good Bonnie. He just say everybody's name.
I know. Poor little Fonny's trying to play with the neighbor kids, and Ethan is like, Bonnie. They're like, we don't want to play if he's here, because they kind of have to babysit him, because he's just. They brought out some bubbles.
Oh God.
You weren't there. You went to the store. They had those big round bubble things where you stick it in. And
no, you can't trust him with those.
Oh no, he was whacking Jude in the face with it, and
God.
I was like, okay, you're just too wild. It's got to go.
But and Fawn adores him. It's just hilarious.
Yes, it's very cute.
And he and Sage get along really well. I just love how the kids get along.
Yeah. Did he sleep last night?
Surprisingly, not very well. No.
Are you kidding me?
Too jacked up.
He had like 7 hours of activity, and he still didn't sleep.
I know. Well, yeah, we
he's
put him to
jacked
bed.
up on toddlerhood, man.
He sure is. Well, his problem is that he can reach light switches and open doors now.
Oh,
so
yeah.
If he's like, I don't want to sleep, I'm just going to turn on the lights and read books, which isn't helpful when it's 9:00 at night.
See, this is what life is really about. It's not about bullshit politics. It's about a 2-year-old who's going to turn on the light and read at midnight.
A lot of people definitely do need things to care about in their lives, because most of the
volunteer to help somebody.
Yeah, most of the division is from people who don't have anything really going on in their lives. Yeah, they don't have any purpose.
Well, I've always said that Americans have it too good. That's why they have to invent shit.
Well, it's not even just like having it too good is like I would argue, a real problem for a lot of people.
Yes.
Where it's like, if you've never experienced any hardship in your life,
right,
then the most minor thing in the world is going to be, nuclear Armageddon to you. But it's like, even in cases like that, it's like, if you've got a family to raise or whatever, or like a job that actually matters, you're going to care about that first and everything else second.
Right.
Whereas a lot of these people, it's like, they go into the office 8 hours a day, they work 45 minutes of this time, and so they feel unfulfilled, and so they need to seek fulfillment elsewhere, and usually that's in activism or caring about the latest social media outrage or whatever.
Yeah, most of the time the only thing that brings people together is the latest mass tragedy.
Yep.
To cause
Isn't that sad?
Now, post 9/11 America was the most unified I think it's ever been.
Yeah, I
probably
think
the
you're
most
right.
unified we'll ever be.
Yep.
But why don't people go the other way instead of, okay, I have no purpose, I've got nothing going on? Why don't I work toward happiness, not anger?
Well, because
it's easier to get angry.
It is easier to get angry, and it's easier to make money off of people getting angry.
That's true.
It's like, why do you think that there are so many cults, but none of these cults are benevolent?
That's a fact.
It's like, if I can get 10,000
true.
people to believe anything I say, and I can either say, like, hey, go do good, or I can say, give me all your money. Most people are going to choose the latter.
Yep.
What cult was that again? Oh, Nexus? Is it
Nexium?
Nexium. When the guy walked out on stage in front of his flock or whatever they're called, and he said, I just wanted you to know I just got some information, and this is good for Nexium. This is good for us all. I just got the results. I have an IQ of 260.
There's the cult.
Unverifiable.
Yeah, of course. It's a problem.
There's the Twin Flames cult that's like an online cult that's been making the rounds. Yeah, it's on Netflix and Hulu. There's documentaries about it. But essentially, this guy claims that he can find your quote unquote twin flame, which is just your soulmate. And he has all these people paying money to take courses where he essentially is telling people that just went through a breakup and so they're vulnerable. He goes, well, that person was actually your soulmate, so you need to continue to message them, show up at their doorstep. And he's got all these people with restraining orders against them.
Oh, no.
He claims that he's got a direct connection to God. He ends up growing out his hair so he looks just like Jesus. He's got the beard and the long hair. He's making millions of dollars. His courses range from
people will fall for anything.
Yep. If you got nothing,
$200 to $8,000 for these courses, and he's got all these people working for him for free. He's driving fancy cars.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
$208,000 for the course?
No, from $200 up to $8,000.
$8,000.
And it's essentially you're paying him to tell you how horrible of a person you are. And he makes you internalize all this stuff. It's ridiculous. Look it up.
Apparently,
Twin Flames.
there's a big component of it that a lot of the people taking these courses are straight women.
Yes.
But thanks to recent legal action, he's no longer allowed to say your twin flame is someone outside of the cult. So now what he's saying is, okay, so 80% of you are straight women, but I have to pair you all up. There's a problem here. So actually, a lot of you are men.
Oh my God.
That's his new thing. He goes, you two are twin flames, and
this
you
one's
are
the
actually
masculine.
also a man on top of it.
Because every twin flame has a masculine flame and a feminine flame.
Yes.
See, I just,
And they buy this.
Yeah. Oh, you watch it and you go, you guys are all idiots.
They are idiots.
Like, it's the most bizarre
People
thing
who
I've ever
have
seen.
nothing can be made to believe anything.
I remember watching some high school. Oh, no, she was fresh out of college and she was out looking for jobs, and she was angry because she couldn't find meaningful work. She couldn't find meaningful work. And they said, well, you're fresh out of college. Aren't you just happy that you can, make enough money to live on and pay back your student loans? And she's like, what difference does more money make when there's homeless people? And you're thinking,
what?
So you really think that you're some sort of messiah?
Apparently.
That your existence, whatever you do today, is going to wipe out homelessness?
Everyone thinks that they need to be the protagonist of reality.
Oh, we should go to San Francisco quick. I guess they cleaned it all up.
That's what I heard.
Biden's
Because
going.
Biden was out
They
there.
cleaned out everything. There's no shit in the streets. We should run to San Francisco quick before
Remember how
they take
wonderful
down.
that
Oh,
was?
and they put up all kinds of fences.
Really?
Yeah. They've
Oscar.
done everything you're not supposed to do.
Kath and I went out there starting about 40 years ago. We used to go to San Francisco, every year, every other year.
Yeah, we went there a lot.
because we used to go to the wine country and all that.
Yep.
It was gorgeous, clean, beautiful. Everybody was happy. What happened?
I mean, there were always homeless people. There's been in every city. There's always been homeless people.
Yeah, but they weren't camped out.
Well, no, and they always can magically beautify the city when somebody buys. I remember when the Super Bowl
take long.
When the Super Bowl was coming here, they
so the
bust
potholes were gone.
They bust all of our homeless people to Chicago for the weekend. It was
just for the weekend.
It was so they put them up in like a hotel. Like, hey, free trip to Chicago.
Spa day.
Well, that's
Spa
why
weekend.
Things like that, presidential visits and the Super Bowl and that sort of thing, they should be surprises. Like, surprise, tomorrow we're going to be there.
I love it.
Let's see what your city's really like.
Yeah, like Biden hasn't seen the TikTok videos of San Francisco. He doesn't know what's going on over there.
Why would he care?
That's true. He doesn't care.
It's about the photo ops, not about what he thinks.
That's true.
That is going to do it. We'll talk to you tomorrow.